Hello. How is everybody today? I am here. You can hear me. All is well. Everything is right in the world. Okay, that's great. I am having a little bit of a slow start to my morning here, but that's, it just happens that way sometimes. I feel like I just didn't sleep super well last night. I think that's what happened. So that was just rough morning. Hello though. I'm here. You're here. Welcome in. There are a lot of people to say hello to this morning. There are fewer of you in the YouTube chat, so I'll start there. What's up? We got Sweet Dream. There's Rose Morgan. There's Nikki. We got Gremlin Lord. Anthony, hello. Gentle Rose. Speedy Shimeji. Hell yeah. Won't be able to chat as much as I'm at work, but we'll be listening. No worries. No worries. I always appreciate the lurkers. We got some folks in the YouTube chat as well. There's plenty of you today. Oh my God. I had to scroll up even to be able to find all of you, but I'm not gonna scroll up too far today, I don't think. Okay, we got T-Rex, Dictator, we got Andy's Mints, there's Maybe Skylar, there's Winter Nightmare, we got Spider, hello, Baphomet, Junebug, Beth, hello. Old Man Vox, what up? We got Hollow, hello. Penrose, what's up? Yeah. Oh, I just got a little weird stomach sensation. Oh, there's Ariel in the YouTube chat as well. I've got like my piano playing that I've been doing a little bit more lately, and that's one of the things that I've been, because off my wish list, someone got me a book of Disney songs with like sheet music, and so that's one of them, like Part of Your World, like bum 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 bum. Yeah, hopefully not Ariel Scarcella. Oh my God, I think I have her muted or something on Twitter because I never see her posts, but I did see a parody account of her pop up in my feed today, and I was like, oh my God, this is not how I want to start my day. Mickey, frog in my throat. Mickey says, I love playing piano. That's cool. I'm just getting into it. When I was younger, I did violin in school, and I personally just really enjoyed playing the ocarina. And then I did end up playing viola for 1 year. I've had a guitar on and off, and like I've played them, but I'm not like good at it. And then piano is something that I've just more recently been like, yeah, that's like this is gonna consume a lot of my time. I'm trying to balance things a little bit because I'm self-employed and I gotta be structured and get work done, It's Ariel. What is up, Roop? Yeah, we got several lurkers today. That's cool. Ariel. Okay. I'm probably not gonna remember that. But we'll just have the same conversation like 2 or 3 more times and then I'll get it. Yeah. So yeah, this is Sunday stream chill time. We always at the beginning of the stream like to just hang out for a little bit, and I'm glad that you're here hanging out with us. We start earlier in the day on Sundays because of we got lots of people in the Europe. We got the Europe time zone that we're trying to cater to a little bit, because in the weekdays, like, we start at like 5 p.m., which is 11 p.m. in Britain. And so we start a little bit early today. I also just really enjoy the Sunday daytime streams. They're good hanging out times. Christy, hello. Hello, red hair. Yeah, I have red hair. At the bottom, at least. I'm stopping dyeing it because my like white and silver hair is starting to come in, and I want that to actually be visible. And I shave most of it off because most of it's on the sides. So I shave off most of the cool looking part of my hair. So as it starts to creep up here, I am getting white hairs on the top of my head now. I'm not going to dye my hair anymore. Although I have been thinking about maybe just like redoing the bottom part, like just dyeing that again to make it a stronger red, since it's going to stay dyed anyway, whatever. Anyway. What's up, Dark Canuck? We hanging out today. Hey, Mersh, how you doing? I was just talking about how I'm learning to play Part of Your World on the piano. T-Rex Dictator was asking about, yeah, here it is. I tried to educate my friend that playing Hogwarts is not exactly good, and I guess it made her cry. Am I a bad person for it? We are going to talk about that in detail a little bit later on. I don't want to launch into it so early in the stream, but that is one of my planned segments for today. We're going to talk about Hogwarts Legacy and my thoughts on it and this whole like bullying conversation that's happening around it. And yeah, I just want to talk about that in some amount of detail. And the other thing, of course, is like the ecological disaster on the East Coast, but we will get to those things at first, you know, listen, sometimes it's kind of hard to want to come on here and do stream because we talk about like really upsetting shit all the time. And so you end up with like this negative association, right? So in order to counteract that, you have to create some positive associations. Therefore, you kind of have to like hang out and do positive posting. So that's going to be toward the end of the stream. We're also going to have a positive specifically. So at first, it's chill time. We're just hanging out, being vibes. And then we're going to talk about serious bullshit that I don't want to talk about. And then at the end today, we're going to have like specifically a positive section, you know? Lots of stress can do that. I'm getting gray hair from stress, sadly. And for me, it's unavoidable stress. Yeah. So first of all, I am stressed all the time, constantly, forever. I'm working on that. I'm trying to bring it back and be a little bit less constantly stressed. But also, like, it's just genetic as far as I know. Like, a bunch of people in my family, like my mom and a bunch of her, like, aunts, uncles, and, like, her mom and stuff, like, they all started to get white hair around the age of 25. And that's when I started to notice my white hair coming in was, like, about 3-4 years ago. Literally the year I turned 25 is when I started noticing white hair. So that was pretty cool. Came right on schedule. I was excited about that. I may leave after an hour or so today. Yeah, it's the big game. It's time for the big game today. Yeah, be careful if the weather is bad. I've heard that the weather is kind of crazy in some places right now. Hey, Mama Mephistopheles, we are just getting started. We've only been on screen for a few minutes. The big game. Yeah, the big football game. There are like some legal issues now with saying the name of the big American football game. So we have to just like talk around it. I just like the big game better than saying the superb owl. Although I do love owls and they are quite superb. But yeah, no, literally, it's because it's like marketing copyright stuff. Like, for example, there's a lot of like tertiary business around the big game, right? Like discussing the big game is a whole like money making thing of itself. Like talking about American football in general is a big money making game, but like specifically the big game and its copyrightedness. And then also you have, like, for example, like pizza places that sell wings as well. Like they have advertisements around the big game that say like, hey, you should get our wings because the big game is coming up. And so I think that that's part of the reason why there's this like space here. Like why this has happened is because so many other types of businesses use the marketing of the big game in order to sell their products. You know what I mean? So like it kind of makes sense. But because of that, it's like if I am making money off of this stream, which I am, like some amount of money off of like ads, if you were served an ad when you came in, or the YouTube premium premium watch time, if you pay for YouTube premium, like I am making money off of this. And so if I reference, like if I say the big game and I'm talking about it, like especially if I get a dono during that section of the stream. Did I not turn on the monetization? No, I did turn on monetization. Okay. Not everybody gets an ad, that's fine. No worries, we gender void. But yeah, now there's this weird, also technically, I don't know if you know this also on YouTube, like I shouldn't actually sing the notes of the songs that I sing. Like if I'm ever, like sometimes, I just spontaneously break out in song. That's technically a cover song that I'm making money off of. And, like Weird Al, who does like his parody songs and stuff, he gets permission and like basically a license to do a cover. And so if you have a bigger channel, like Good Mythical Morning, for example, they can't sing even without any musical accompaniment, like while they're just randomly talking and riffing off of each other, they cannot like actually sing the notes to any of these songs, like basically any popular song, anything copyrighted, because it's not licensed and they are a big channel who's like under that scrutiny. So I get away with it to some extent, but if like it is not acceptable according to the rules, Copyright seems way too strict. Yeah, I don't really know what my official opinions are about it, but it's just, I just want you to know, like, this is just like a peek behind the curtain of like the things that I have to consider as a YouTube creator, right? You spontaneously burst into song like a Disney character. I mean, that's true. Yeah. So I just a little peek behind the curtain. I can't make any good TikToks that way. LMAO, all my videos got taken down with songs in it. Yeah, it's rough. I feel like these things are way closer to free speech restriction than anything the right complains about. Right, like, it's... You have to, like, create these roundabout ways of talking about the same stuff, It's super weird. I'm glad that I got the goddamn Streamlabs bot working. That's nice. I'm sorry if it's annoying to you in the YouTube chat, but like it's just needed information going out there. It would bother me a lot less if it didn't seem to only be weaponized for big corporations. Right. And it's only applying to people with certain types of followings and stuff. AI gets to make art from other people's art. Why can't we? Cheating for everyone. Well, they don't get to make money off of it, right? Like, or no. I guess they can make money off of it because people paid for the, like, profile picture generator thing. But I feel like I should have something on screen for the first hour that's, like, first hour hangout, like, so that people come in and they know, like, we're not talking about the topic yet, but we will talk about the topic, like, in an hour. Or of course now it's like 40 minutes, but yeah, it's super, like, I don't know what where the boundaries are. Post-it note time. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they can't hold the copyright to it, but they can make money off of it. Yeah, Mr. Vern, we're gonna talk about that serious topic here in about 40 minutes. But TLDR, like, what's the name of the company? If you want to find out about it before we start talking about it, let me find the name of the company for you. I don't know what the name is of the thing. Did you see that Noam Chomsky recently called out ChatGPT as a plagiarism machine? Do you mean in the sense that, like, you could use it to complete your writing assignments for school? Because I have definitely seen concerns about that already so far. There's 47 people in here. If you're enjoying hanging out, we always hang out for the first, like, at least 30 minutes, if not closer to an hour, right at the top of the stream. And then we get into the serious topics, but we reserve the right to fucking chill for a while first, okay? a chill hangout time thingy would be a good graphic to have ready for the start and end, I think. I would just need it to be clear that, like, it's like, this is only this part of the stream. You know what I mean? I also wonder, since it only works by analysis of other people's writings, it's not crediting them, so it's basically stealing the work of untold authors. Yeah. What's up, Jacob, in the YouTube chat? Welcome in. Sometimes the little guy can use copyright and royalties to their advantage. However, you have to know your rights to your own work, etc., and be in a position where it is important. That's very rare. Therefore, it helps corporations and copyright trolls most of the time. There is a new function in the back end on YouTube that allows you to make claims when your content has been reproduced by someone else. Like, or maybe I'm just finally a big enough channel that I was deserving of having that tool that has already been accessible to other bigger YouTubers. But regardless, like, I know at least one person has made a response video to me, and it's still public on their channel because it's like, hey, your content was in this other person's video. And I think that I could technically be like, nah, I'm requesting to have it taken down. Yeah, it's like a fair use back-end thing. It was someone else, Mama Mephistopheles. I'm not sure what criteria it uses, because I'm like, I don't know if Calvin's video responding to me is still live or not, because that was not on the list. Like, it was not on the back end showing me that that was content that I could call into question or whatever. I'm back. It's breakfast making time. Ooh. Hello, Lena. In defense of Korra, a response to Luxander. True. Yeah, Calvin Guerra made a video about me like 5 or 6 years ago now. I can't really remember how long ago it was, but it was a while ago. And up until, because he did finally take down his video about Brennan Beckwith, the video about me was like the video with either the first or the second highest views on his channel, like lifetime. And I don't think he ever took it down. ChatGPT is absolutely stealing authors' work, especially authors who post on archive of our own, and there isn't just fanfic on those kinds of places. Oh shit. I was trying to mess around on ChatGPT earlier today, actually, because I did watch a video about I watched a How to Drink video where he was like, I let ChatGPT write this episode, and it worked really well. So I guess I assumed that it was basing it off of the content on the actual YouTube channel itself, but it could just be that he used enough keywords of like write an episode of the show How to Drink, or no, I don't know. I don't think that he specified like write a cocktail recipe, because if he had used that word cocktail recipe or that phrase, then I can see how like the simulator would just come up with something. Yeah, I don't know. I remember a totally not Mark getting most of the videos on his channel taken down because he reviewed Toei Animation's anime, and it took him months to appeal each individual video. So even though the copyright strikes were wrong, it was still career ruining. I don't know if he ever got that fixed or not. Yeah, I think that that's also why, if any of you are fans of the abridged series on YouTube, and particularly Dragon Ball Z abridged, they stopped making more content after like the Cell Saga. Yeah, because they did Cell, and then I think that they were like Boo was supposed to come next, and they just didn't do it because every spring all of the videos on the channel get hit again. Like it's like an automated thing that happens once a year, and the videos get temporarily taken down, and it's a struggle and a fight every single goddamn time. So like, why would you bother after, like, it's a labor of love, sure, but it is also like, it becomes a job at a certain point. It's not easy to do animation. Like, they edit the facial expressions and stuff on the characters sometimes, and like all the voice over that they do. Like, it's hard work. So I can understand why it would not be worth it to even do reviews of animation. Zoe B did a video written by AI, freaking hilarious. Because I was messing with ChatGPT earlier, and I was like trying to just use like YouTube creator Luxander, but it, like, I'm a small enough creator, it doesn't know who I am, like, reflexively. Yeah, listen to Sweet Dream in the YouTube chat, who says that you should please hit the like button if you haven't yet. There's like 20 more viewers in here than there are likes on the video. You should do it. My favorite instance of AI controversy recently was Musk's outrage regarding his chatbot. The little thing wrote favorable poems for all world leaders except for former President Trump. It wrote a disclaimer and wrote a polite but not great poem for Trump because it did not like him. Musk accused his engineers and programmers of grooming the chatbot with liberal bias. Wow. Oh my gosh, why? Okay, there we go. There was a burp incoming and it just was taking a really long time to come out. Okay, there we go again. Perfect. You gotta smash the like button. You gotta break the like button. You gotta stomp that like button. Steppy. Stomp, 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 stomp. I should, yeah, I do actually really want a stompy emoji. Off topic, but are you excited for the Super Mario movie? No. I mean, like, I'm excited for Jack Black's performance as Bowser. That sounds like it's going to be a fun time. However, I don't think that Chris Pratt is going to do a very good job at it. Like, I've already seen the trailer, right? And it's not going to be good. I hope that the rest of the movie is spectacular and that it makes up for how badly Chris Pratt is doing as a voice actor. That's not his job. I'm only watching it for Jack Black and Charlie Day. Oh yeah, Charlie Day is going to be in it. Is Charlie Day going to be Luigi? Is that right? If the AI wrote a nice poem about Bush, then I'm sure that leftist bias isn't the issue. True enough. If it's badly done, it will be a funny meme. That's true. I'm just not excited about it. I would not say Chris Pratt is LOLXD so random. Is that what you're saying, Nikki? LOLXD so random. So yeah, no, I'm not terribly excited about it. You know what I started to do this week was I started to watch Futurama. Because it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've watched Futurama. I've been playing World of Warcraft a little bit the last couple of days because I gave in. It sucks though because I'm not on a paid account at the moment, so I only have access to a small amount of content. Futurama's so good, but I'm like, something's got to be on in the background while I'm like World of Warcraft main over here, and then on the side it's some TV show or whatever. I want to get back into WoW so badly right now. It's free up to level 20, which like the max level is 50 now. So it took me like 4 or 5 hours to get to level 20. Something like that. I don't know. I wasn't really like counting how much game time I was playing, but yeah. And then unfortunately, I think that I actually would rather play. Well, you just start a new tune and dick around if you want to like sate your desire to play WoW. The max level has changed a bunch, y'all. Like it was 60 originally, and then they raised it to 70, and then they raised it to 80, and then they raised it to 85, and then they raised it to 90, and then they raised it to 100. and then 110, and then 120, and then they dropped it down to 60. And then I thought that the max was 70 now. I thought it was 60 during Shadowlands, and that now the max level is 70. But like once it got to 120, they just scaled it down. They just dropped it to 60. But here's what I've realized is that I think that the fact that they scale all the zones to your level is has ruined the thing that I enjoyed about World of Warcraft. To be fair, a lot of those 120 levels were kind of meaningless. I mean, like, yeah, like, why? I don't know. I feel like I enjoyed the fact that you started at a low level in a certain place and you had to, like, go through this starting zone. I like the idea of having options for starting zones, like maybe I know as a goblin you can choose between one of two starting zones. But then, like, you would have to level up and then, like, earn the right to go to this next place. And you had to strategize, like, okay, I'm about to turn level 35, which is going to basically mean that, like, I've completed all the quests in the zone that I was in when I started at level 25. Like, where am I going to go next? Like, oh, is this one level appropriate? Like, which path am I going to take to level up this toon? Yeah. It's super easy to level up now because they nerfed how much XP you need. Yeah, so I do think that they've switched the focus of the game to, like, entirely... It's like the retail version of WoW is entirely about, like, end game content now. Like, but what I enjoyed about the game was leveling. I'm glad they nerfed the XP grind. I might be able to come back to it eventually. I don't want to play WoW Classic. I might play WoW Classic Wrath of the Lich King, but I can't play that until I have a subscription. So, maybe in a few days. Yeah, because WoW Classic fucking sucks. I'm sorry, but that game sucks. Peppo Comfy. Yeah, this is what we do at the beginning of stream. I'm going to talk about stupid shit that doesn't matter, and then when we, like, are ready, we'll talk about some serious stuff that does matter. What sucks about classic versus non-classic. Okay, so there are currently 3 versions of the game. Ha, I just lost the game. I'm sorry, everybody. I will understand if you rescind the likes on the stream for making you lose the game. I'm sorry about that. So there are 3 versions of the game. There's retail, which is the most the most recent version of the game, the absolute up-to-date version of the game. Which has, like, you know, extra races and, like, they have all these, it's just like the game is fully expanded, right? And then you have classic. Wait, are we allowed to say the game now? I thought it was a banned phrase. It was a banned phrase. Oh, I think I took it off. I think I took it off at some point. But yeah, so there's classic, which is the first version that ever came out. Like, it's the first version of the game from back in the day. And they've been giving it its little updates on the same kind of time scale that the original game was going through updates. So it just wasn't a very refined product. It was kind of shit, especially on Horde side. And you could not play... You can't really level alone in Classic. That was my experience when I played it, was that you have to play a Hunter or maybe a Warlock. Like, you have to play a class that has a pet, and I fucking don't like to play with pets. Like, I don't like it. I don't like hunters. I keep trying to play a warlock, and I just can't get into it. I just get, like, I level up, like, once or twice, and then I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to be doing this. And then there's the third version of the game is Wrath of the Lich King Classic, and that is, like, the second expansion. So you have the first game, the base game, World of Warcraft, and then there's an expansion called the Burning Crusade, and that increased the level cap, and it introduced, like, a whole new world, and you would, like, teleport there to get these extra zones that were totally different from the original. Like, it's on a different planet, is like in-game what the explanation is. And then there was another expansion after that called the Wrath of the Lich King, and that expanded the game a little bit more. And it gave you like a secret third continent on the original planet. Yeah, I just violated Walt Disney's intellectual copyright. I started playing WoW during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, like when that was the most current version of the game publicly available, like fucking 13 years ago or something. How long ago was Wrath of the Lich King? It was a long time ago. How old am I? Let's find out how old I am. Okay, so Wrath of the Lich King was originally released in 2008, and I started playing in the second year. Like, the expansions come out roughly every 2 years, so I started playing in 2009, I guess it would have been. So yeah, that was, I mean, yeah, this correlates with like the year that I started dating my partner. So yeah, like 14 years ago? Yeah. Well, 13 and a half. Yeah. I don't know anything about WoW, but I hear people saying Wrath of the Lich King, and it seems like that was the golden era of WoW. It kind of was a good time. So, because in Cataclysm, they completely changed the topography of the original 2 continents. Like, in the base game, you had 2 continents, and they're like kind of roughly the same size, like this on the map. So something came through and like destroyed certain parts of the world and like completely changed them. So a lot of people do feel like they like have lost something with the Cataclysm, and like you can never go back to those places. So I kind of like that they have a version of the game that's just Wrath of the Lich King, like before all these shitty, some people feel like very shitty changes. TBH, I think I'm going to ask my BF to cover a month's WoW sub for me and try to maintain a WoW token. You mean like in your 1 month, like farm enough gold to be able to afford to play the game with your just gold? I'm kind of curious if I could, could you do that on on a free account? Could you make enough alts to have enough gold to buy one? Because maybe, you know, not really, not really lim out. Okay, cool. Shitty changes like not having to travel back to dungeon entrances. Listen, oh wait, no, yeah. Oh, did they eliminate that? Like when you die and like you go to the graveyard and you have to go back to the dungeon entrance? Oh, yeah, because I do remember that for sure. I think free account means you can't buy WoW tokens to begin with, actually. What the fuck? That's annoying. I know, I found out that I couldn't use the auction house. I was shook. I just wanted bags. I just wanted bags. I like WoW, and I like talking about WoW, and I'm sorry that I'm like forcing 60 of you to listen to this. We're getting close to the end of our hangout time again. We always hang out at the beginning of stream. If you're just coming in, we just chill for a little while, and then we're gonna talk about the serious news. And then toward the end today, I have like a more wholesome shit planned thing. So, you know. If you're from the Midwest, you will have what's called a bag of bags. I have a drawer of bags. It's not a bag of bags. Wow. Yeah. Discourse and Night Elf genocide. True. What species do you usually play in WoW? So I really like playing Night Elf, but I really don't like playing on the Alliance. I do not enjoy the Alliance. Like, I don't like being them. I don't like being on their side. So I prefer Horde. The races on Horde are not always superior. So I don't know, like it sort of depends. I prefer like a troll druid, although I started a Zandalari troll. I want to show you these. Like, speaking of me being a dragon, this is the one thing that this is the tension here, is between wanting to play a Zandalari troll druid versus playing a version of the game that I actually enjoy and prefer, is like the druid forms. Zandalari troll druid forms. Thank you. Yeah. There are superior races in World of Warcraft, for sure. Okay. I thought you were saying Xanderhall. No, Zandalari. Not Xanderhall. Okay, but check these guys out. Like, Nelvs are... Listen, I love Night Elves, and I love playing a female Night Elf. Like, they just have this, like, really lithe body type, and I love the stance that they are in when they're rogues and they're stealthed and they're like... with their daggers. Like, I love the Night Elves. I don't like playing male characters overwhelmingly in WoW, though. Like, fucking do not enjoy. But, so, the Zandalari troll druids, like, the druid is a shapeshifter, right? And so this is, like, it's a quote-unquote bear form. Normally, it is a literal bear, but these guys are, like, reptilian. So this is, like, the tank form where you can be the one who absorbs all the damage in battle. And then this guy is the cat form, which is like supposed to be like a saber-toothed tiger in most other iterations, or a saber-toothed lion of some kind. But again, this guy is like lizardy looking. Pretty cool. And then this is the Moonkin form. Now, I actually really need to distinguish this for you because you need to see the original Moonkin form in order to appreciate this. Most of the time, the Moonkin is like this guy. He's a big owl bear. He's an owl bear. And this one is a Tauren, so he has tusks. And this one's a night elf, so it has like these horns. So usually this guy is like very large and he's like like running around. But this guy, this Boomkin form is like thin and it has like these cool wings, and it is just a completely different character model. And this is the class, and this is like the subclass that I like to play. Because the druid can shapeshift and either be a tank, a DPS with the saber-toothed tiger, or a DPS with the casting and like the spells and stuff, or they can be a healer. So then there's also, oh yeah, and then there's a travel form, which is kind of like being mounted. It's like the same speed as being mounted. And then there's a flight form, which is the same speed as using a flying mount. Look at this guy. Look at this dragon guy. I get to be a scaly. Oh, and then they have aquatic form. Usually it's like a seal, like a big weird elephant seal thing. But now it's this little guy. Pretty neat stuff. I like shapeshifters. I don't want to live in a world where the people are shifting their shapes, says Lily. Well, you already live in that world. It's called HRT. It's nice different races transform into different animals. Yeah, this is like the most dramatically different, I think. The Kirin Tor are pretty significantly different too, but I can't unlock those races until I play the game. Because I did not unlock all the extra Alliance races. I wish I was a shapeshifter. I know! This is why I like WoW so much. Because I like being able to shapeshift. The Druid is my main. I don't even spend very much time in my humanoid form, so it kind of doesn't even really matter what my humanoid form looks like. It matters, a lot more. That's why I basically just exist. I just exist most of the time in this, or I guess this one has got like extra fancy armor and stuff on it, so most of the time I just exist in this form. So, that's cool. Trans people are basically druids is what the point of this convo is. True. And I'm also a pagan. And like I shapeshift into my clitified dick form. Yeah, true, exactly. If there's a moonkin, is there a sunkin too? Nope. I guess that the troll druid form kind of does look like that. Like, this one kind of could look like it was a sun-related thing because of its orangeness. But, yeah. Man, I did play one of those for a while. Dang. Yes, the Kultiran druid forms, they look pretty cool too. What do you mean by pagan? I mean, like, I don't, like, believe in any superstitious religious shit. I just, like, enjoy the practice of thinking about nature and, like, philosophically connecting with those concepts. I don't know, man. It's a whole fucking thing. But then there's the Kirin Tor. Yeah. Or, sorry, not the Kirin Tor. Why was I saying that? The Kultiran. And so these guys are like on the, they're like humanoids with a different base, like, model, and they can become druids, which normal humanoids can, like, normal humans cannot in WoW. So they're weird and, like, bony and cool looking. So that would be appealing as well, I think. Skelly boys. Oh, the Kirin Tor are a faction. Okay, so I got wires crossed about a different thing in WoW. Are the Kirin Tor, like, Outland? Is in the Outland? The Flight Dragon looks cool as heck. Agreed. I can be in dragon form without spending however much money it costs to get the Vial of the Sands. Although I already have the Vial of the Sands on my account, so I can turn into a dragon. Anyway. Sounds like myself and V trying to explain being pagan atheist. I mean, literally, I am a pagan atheist. Never played WoW, but shapeshifting do be enticing me to think about playing it. I just am not big on grinding. They've kind of removed the grinding aspect of the game. And you can basically go anywhere you want and level there and just enjoy the story, which is cool. Like, I think that people do like that. I don't personally, because I experienced the game in a different way and I enjoyed that about it. But yeah, so in this way, you can really just enjoy the story and enjoy learning to level your, like, play your character and stuff. Because they scale the zones to your level up to a certain degree. You can get to a point where you're too high level to go back to zones that were originally for low level people, but yeah. Is this because of snow? The East Coast is screwed? Nope. There was a ecological disaster. I always thought pagan was just a lazy umbrella term for all non-Abrahamic religions because it's easier for the church to call them all evil that way. So I think that pagan is what it is and means what it means now, being that, like, it's like a collection of superstitious beliefs of Europeans. Like, because, yeah, like the church called them heathens or pagans or whatever because of, them not being Christian. But because this church was spreading in a place with, like, a lot of decentralized religious practices that focused on, like, familial gods and, like, focus on the sun and the seasons and things like that, like praying for rain, ceremonies and, like, rituals to bring rain and stuff like that. Like, pagan, it just kind of, like, refers to a lot of subtypes of that kind of, the sort of religion that you would commonly see in a place that had a need to rely on agriculture and, like, seasons that were, like, pretty, like, a fairly extreme winter versus, like, fairly hot summers. Drug rituals, right? You eat the mushrooms, and then you dance around the bonfire. They also just lost another train in Virginia. I haven't heard about this. What? Hold on. Is there an article about this even yet, or is that just going to be on YouTube? Or sorry, on Twitter. Like, this is where all the news comes first. Are you talking about Virginia man killed after cargo train hits truck at railroad crossing? Oh, okay. You're one from 2 years ago. Okay, cool. Gotta drink some more water. Goodness gracious. It's a big water day. Hey, we have some beloved chat members who live in Virginia, okay? Chill. Chill with the Virginia hate. Like, I try not to hate on any specific locality because there are always going to be trans people and gay people there who, like, need help and support. You know, you can't condemn everyone with a Southern accent because there are gay and trans people who have Southern accents, you know? When I was still in LDS, the church I was in told us to stop praying for rain for California because of the floods that came after the drought a few years ago. Oh my God. Your prayers were too powerful. Technically, Texas isn't the South? Wait, what? Why is Texas different from the South? Texas is like the thing I think of when I think of the South. Texas is its own country. I mean, I guess that's fair enough. Texas is North Mexico. Oh, it's the Southwest. From Texas to California is, quote, the Southwest. Okay. See, I would have said Albuquerque and, like, yeah, like Arizona. I would have said that those are the Southwest. So I guess Texas is, like, culturally distinct enough from Alabama. Which one actually neighbors it? I don't actually remember. No, it's Louisiana. Okay, yeah, of course it's Louisiana. And then Mississippi and then Alabama. Okay, duh. I don't really think about the South very much. Texas is also a Gulf state. I mean, that's true. They are really good at having oil spills there. I think the South refers to the original southern colonies. Back then, Texas was still Mexico. I feel like Texas has more in common with California than, for example, Georgia. Really? This is fascinating. Have I ever been to Texas? I've been to Texas once when I was a kid, but we went we stayed in a lodge near a lake or something like that. So it wasn't like I experienced Texas culture. Everything's bigger there, I hear. I do know some folks who live in Texas. I have some friends in Texas. It seems like a bad place to be. But then again, the entirety of America is a pretty bad place to be. So, yeah, everything's bigger here, including the power grid failures. Or everything's bigger there, I hear, including the power grid failures. Bazinga. And the propensity of water pipes freezing and destroying people's houses also. Don't they have tigers in Texas? Nope, they for sure do not have tigers in Texas. Maybe at a zoo, but that's the extent of that. Like, maybe at the zoo. We're doing Smuggy Chat too early. Too early for Smuggy Chat. I had power grid failure on my 2023 bingo. It did, didn't it? We've had like, I thought I was reading somewhere that some places in Texas had been out without power for like 12 days. Somewhere in there you move from post-plantation vibes to cowboy vibes, and then you know you're in the Southwest. True. Really, Texas has more privately owned tigers than there are tigers in the wild because there's a lot of rich people who live there. What the fuck? That's crazy. I had not read that before, but like, yeah. Is it just rich people having menageries? Is this what, like, is this the world that we live in? Anybody who wants to be here sucks. Oh, also, what's up, Max? I didn't say hello to you. How are we doing today? There are only 2,500 tigers in the wild. Damn. Listen, here's one thing that I will bitch about a little bit. People say that, yeah, so here's the debate. Is Colorado Midwest? People have tried to tell me that Kansas is not in the Midwest. I'm like, bitch, I'm from here. Like, I know. Like, I've been to Minnesota, okay? I've been to fucking Chicago, right? Like, it's all the same place. Like, I've traveled, what is it, like 800 miles for like, or almost 900 miles for me to get to like, the Twin Cities, or like, not exactly the Twin Cities, but like near the Twin Cities in Minnesota. I'll be driving for like 9.5 hours, and then like when you get to the place, it's the same culturally. It's the same in like basically the landscape hasn't even really changed that much. The accent is still more or less the same with like a couple of small differences. You know, it's culturally all the same thing. So I think it's really strange. What did people say? Like, it's the Great Plains. Like, the Great Plains and the Midwest are all the same. Colorado is a mix of the Rockies and the Great Plains, but still closer to West than Midwest. Like, Colorado is the Rockies. Like, the Rockies are a thing. Like, that kind of area of the Rocky Mountains to me feels like fairly culturally similar. And then you get to like the Four Corners, and then you're in the Southwest. Oh, to be an exhibit in Daddy Bezos' menagerie. True. I want to be kept as a pet. I want to be kept as a pet. I want to be fed. I want to be available. I want to wear the booty shorts with the slurs on them, okay? Smuggy chat already. I know. We're doing it already. I don't know about these planes. What's so great about them? Okay, actually, though, if you've never driven through the plains and, like, the Flint Hills during... I mean, really sunrise, I think, is probably better. But either sunrise or sunset, wow. Boy, howdy. It is a gorgeous place, for sure. Are you sure you want to be kept as a pet? Sounds kind of annoying having a human grab at you constantly. You have to have the right person. You got to have the right personality vibes where it's like the majority of, like you got to get a cat person, who kind of wants you to be doing your own thing. Anyway, we're getting really stuck on this geography thing here. I'm from Ohio on the shores of Erie. I've had a lot of nice sunrises watching over the lake. Lake sunrises are very good. That's a very specific flavor. I've seen some lake sunrises at the Lake of the Ozarks before. I want a human to grab me all the time. Yeah, that's true. That's a counter argument to what Ariel said about, are you sure you want to be kept as a pet? Like, counter argument, what if I want to be grabbed all the time? That's what we call my kink. True. I live in San Antonio. This city is 100% car-dependent infrastructure. It's a network of freeways and strip malls and isolation. We are incredibly spread out, and this city has no walkability or even comfort. When you look out at the hills of endless suburbia, they look like gravestones. It's everything wrong with American cities. That's San Antonio, Texas, right? Yeah, that's really stressful. Kept as a pet? No bills. True. Squish. I found out on walkscore.com my city I am in now has a 99 out of 100 on walk and 97 out of 100 on transit. Is that like 100th place would be worst place? Is it like first place would be best walkable city and 99 is like almost the worst walkable city? Or is 99 like score 99 out of 100, A+? What if you get put down for biting people? Don't fucking bite people. Don't shit in the house. This is how you, like, you have to behave as a pet, you know? You can't just, like, do whatever you want. True, Baphomet. True. You gotta behave and not bite people. All right? Okay, I need to get rid of some of these tabs. I got too many tabs. Too many tabs. Imagine having to hold it in until your owner realizes you need to shit. That's why you have a mouth to speak, you know? Jeez Louise. Okay, how much can we horny post here? This topic is making me feel things. Well, we're gonna move on. We do horny post sometimes, but we're gonna move on from it. Now you're violating the copyright of Adult Swim. I didn't sing the tune that time. See, I get distracted and I don't even know what it is that I've said. You guys are like, thank you for finishing that sentence. I'm like, I don't know what I said. But yeah, no, we do smuggy horny chat sometimes, and we're not getting into it right this second because I actually do think we should talk about some news so that I have content to upload to my channel this week. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, Venusian, talking about being kept as a pet is generally considered horny posting. Because the implication is that you're being kept for the purposes of being used for sex, you know? That's like because of the implications, you know? Here's some more news. It's true. Pet play is based. I am such a vanilla bitch. Like, I have not done most of the things that I talk about on this stream. I talk about so many kinks that I have not gotten into. Here's some news you can use, news dudes. I was actually thinking about taking a quick bathroom break. Hey chat, Luxander has to go to the bathroom. Remember, kids, sex is always wrong. That's true. We have two bunnies. We have a bunny in YouTube chat and we have a bunny in website chat. So many bunnies. Yeah, Sophie, pissing. Absolutely. I know I need a bathroom song. I considered writing one and then I never got around to it. I kind of started spitballing some ideas, but I never got into it. Like, now that I have my piano and I'm getting a little bit better at it, maybe I will do some kind of bathroom song, but I don't know. It's also like, I don't know, it's like a pretty niche Demon Mama thing. So I think most other streamers just make you suffer. I just put up a new enclosure for my pet roaches. I spent money I didn't have, Lamau. I am thinking about setting up an aquarium, but just for plants at first. And then maybe eventually I will get like a betta fish to put in there. But for the most part, I just want to see if I can tolerate having like the running water sound. If I made you a bathroom song, would you consider it? I'm thinking a song in the same vein of Let's All Go to the Lobby. I don't know if I know Let's All Go to the Lobby, but I would be open to it. I'm for sure open to it. Just put on a JXC video and start a new round of discourse like Hassan. True. I have thought about doing that with my own videos before, but I'm gonna continue to pronounce it beta for the rest of my life. I don't care how you all think that you should pronounce that word. It's like in English, like doing a shortened vowel sound like that, it's really awkward. Beta. It sounds like I'm trying to say better with an English accent. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it just doesn't work very well in US English. Beta fish is objectively way funnier. It's also funnier because betas are like really aggressive, so it's even funnier. Then don't pronounce the T's, pronounce them like D's, beta. But I mean, it's still, to me, it sounds more like a weird English accent. D's nuts, true. A beta cuck soy boy fish, true. What's up, Neurotic? How we doing? A British fish in it. But I'm going to try with just plants at first. What are some really gorgeous... well, there's a question. Do you do freshwater fish or like freshwater stuff or saltwater stuff? That's a whole fucking question. Beta is pronounced like beta in the UK, or at least it was before it became an internet thing. I've heard that before. Beta testing instead of like beta testing. Yeah, being British, rest in peace to all of those people. I'm so sorry for you. Although being American isn't much better, so. Newts are cute. Yeah, I want an aquarium. I just think that I'm going to start... Saltwater is way more expensive to buy and maintain. Okay, well, that answers that question. I'm going to do a freshwater aquarium with plants in it. Also, obviously, there would be no beta in the saltwater tank. Yeah, I don't really want fish. It's too much fucking work. You think, oh, I'll get a fish. It'll be a low-maintenance thing. No, it's not. You learn about it a tiny bit, and you immediately learn, like, oh, well, shit. You gotta, like, remove a whole portion of the water, like, once a week. Pretty annoying. The director of Mango Fishing UK. True. I could get water dogs. That's true. I think that the way that you actually pronounce this word, most people say axolotls, but I think that technically it's pronounced axolotl, which is, like, because it's like a specific word from another language. I could get an anole lizard. Is that an aquatic lizard? What is that? Anole lizard? No, that would take a vivarium. I don't want a vivarium. It's a tree dwelling. So I don't want to have an arborarium. Is that wait, arboreum? 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 Is that what that word is? Yes, arboreum is like if you have a terrarium in your house, but it's for... Big pet peeve is people pronouncing the X. Well, it's two different aspects of that word, because it's not just axolotl. It's like the TL at the end, axolotl, when people are like, oh, the TL at the end, it's actually a unique sound to the language. Like, if you keep your tongue touching right behind your teeth, and then you make the T or almost like a clicking sound off the sides, it's like combining a T and an L into one thing. Like, it's hard to do just by itself. It's easier if you add like a vowel to it, like axolotl, TL kind of in one. and letting the air escape off the sides of your tongue. So yeah, it's a whole unique word. Yeah, but I guess avocado is it's like an Americanization. If you were to take axolotl and make an Americanization of it, that would be different. Water dogs take a lot of care. I just usually say water dogs because that's also what they are. Just a few fake plants, a hot rock, a water bowl, and the anole is happy. I had one in college for 4 years. He was the loophole pet. College regulations book said that a pet could only be 6 inches long, have scales, and be in a fishbowl or aquarium. The only catch is that he eats live crickets and mealworms. Wet puppies. That's true. That's what the axolotl is. It's a wet puppy. Okay, it's such a weird situation to be in where you're like, I'm thirsty and my throat is dry and also I need to pee. So I'm gonna do that really quick. And then we're going to get back and we're going to talk about the horrendous shit going on the East Coast. We're just going to lead with that. Or actually, question. I'll let you guys decide. Do you want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy first, or do you want to talk about the horrendous ecological disaster first? Those are your two options. Discuss amongst yourselves, okay? And I will get back to you in about like 3 minutes, okay? Okay? I'll be right back. Be good. Behave. Behave. Okay. Welcome in. Welcome back to me. We are back. Warthogs? Wait, what? Ecological stuff. I gotta go soon and I want to hear about that before I have to leave. Everyone's in the mood for serious thing. What's up, Paul Hack? Welcome in. Oh my god, I actually need to take this hoodie off. It is too hot in here. Oh no! Ecological disaster, we want to talk about this first. Sick of Hogwarts discourse. I guess that's true. Everybody's kind of sick of the Hogwarts discourse. We'll get into that second. Eco disaster all stream. Well, I want to talk about the I want to talk about the I want to discuss the discourse itself, you know, I've let the Hogwarts thing happen to an extent for a while, and now that I'm kind of seeing all the ways that it's happened, all the different critiques, I feel like now I'm ready to do some meta-analysis. Seriously, I'm so done with drama and pointless discourses. It's so useless. So yeah, the reason why I kind of want to talk about it is because of the interpersonal aspect of this particular issue. Why was it such a big deal to people? Like, how did it become this big sticking moment? But we will talk about that later, since people seem to be kind of over it right now. I took a long time to get around to it. Let's see. I'm so over the wizarding BS. Yeah. Sometimes I do this thing where I'm like, I am going to be the last person to talk about this, and I'm going to put it to rest. The game is not even out yet, though. Is people who have keys to review it have been playing it, but otherwise not. Okay, I'm just going to switch my hoodie really fast, and then I'll be back. I'm just going to step right off camera to do it. You don't get to see the shirt that I'm wearing underneath here today. It's lazy pajamas shirt, okay? That's much better. Much more comfy. Oh, it finally was released on the 10th? Okay. Okay, everybody's got really fucking strong feelings about being tired of the wizarding game, so... Do I just need to not talk about it at all? Like, not even not today, but just not, like... Because initially I was kind of just ignoring it entirely, but... Never. Yeah, maybe just ignore it. Just pretend. Yeah. I'll put the subject to bed for you today. All right. Well, it's not so much, not gonna lie, kind of wish you wouldn't. Vosh already broke my heart. Don't need it broken again. What was Vosh's take? I guess, like, oh, we'll talk about it later. Wait, I want to know what Vosh's take is, but I also don't want to get into talking about this yet. Like, I don't want to get too deep into it. The wizarding game? Are you talking about Elden Ring? Exactly. Vosh was on There's No Ethical Consumption Under Capitalism. There's two different things that means. Like, no ethical consumption, under capitalism means, like, the system is constructed in a way that is impossible for you to get your groceries without making one unethical choice or another. It doesn't mean go out of your way to do unethical things because you've relinquished all personal responsibility. Okay. I will get into it later. Okay, I do actually have strong feelings about this. All right, we'll do it later. Anyway, ecological stuff, right? Okay, so... I didn't really know what to make of this when I was first seeing it on YouTube. Hold on. I did not know what to make of this when I first started seeing it on Twitter, but it seems like there's an increasing amount of evidence that there was a serious ecological disaster in Pennsylvania, and it has impacted Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, and it seems like it was deliberate, which seems absolutely unhinged and insane. Like, I don't even know how to begin explaining to you what happened. There is currently a toxic miasma of gases over the East Coast. Pennsylvania is on the East Coast, okay? It's toward the East Coast. We're not doing a debate about parts of the country, okay? Ohio, Pennsylvania, like, it was somewhat inland, but on the east part of the country, okay? Where a train was blown up or derailed in some form or fashion, and now there is a toxic miasma of chemicals over this area of the country. Like, to the extent that this is visible from space, which I did not exactly, like, believe until I saw a picture that someone took from an airplane and was like, whoa, what happened? So the photos of this thing are crazy. I want to try to find where one of these things where it was actually going into the details of what occurred here. Okay, so I guess let's just start with these photos. We'll start here, and then we'll move into it further, going into like the details about what happened. So like, because it's hard to say from just looking at these photos, like, you know, what were the conditions that brought this upon, like this local community, like what the actual fuck happened. So just looking at the effects of what occurred. There is currently a giant cloud of polyvinyl chloride and a ton of other bad chemicals above. These photos are in Ohio, I believe. The local police blew it up like a beached whale. Now megatoxins are Chernobyling Ohio, and there's a news blackout, and the police are beating reporters and camera people and dragging them. So this seems pretty crazy. Like, vinyl chlorides are extremely toxic. This is the smoke billowing up after explosion happened in this place where a bunch of people live. Yeah, this is a shot from the airplane. You can see that shit from space. We love to breathe nanoplastics. Yeah, for sure. Let's see another one. So yeah, more photos on the ground. Can you imagine living near here? So this was a private company, by the way. Like, this is a private company using plastics. This is petrol like plastics stuff, like using like the chemical process of making plastic can result in these kind of toxic chemicals. Like, polyvinyl is stable, vinyl is not, mustard gas. Yeah. So this is a part of the process of making plastics. This is a chemical precursor to plastic that they burned it. Like, what the fucking hell happened? So yeah, they did not tell anyone that there should be a 5-day evacuation. Oops, all pets dead. I'm curious to see what the actual numbers are on the pets. Because when did this happen? Like a few days ago? What is today? Today is the 12th, I think. And this happened on earlier in the week, the 10th, maybe? The 4th? What day was it? About a week ago now. Okay. They decided that burning was way better than a potential explosion. Okay, let me get back over here. Okay, so this is a photo of the tanks. Like, this is... I think that one of the issues that I've read was potentially, and someone said this in chat, was that these were potentially not labeled appropriately as the toxic chemicals that they actually are. Not totally sure, but like, this is the site of the burn, or near the site of the burn. And then here we have some water testing. I think that this is a person who tested the water near their house, perhaps. Like, they tested the tap water, tested one of their gutters. Here's another gutter. I don't know what this means. Open one. And we're showing... Let's see. This looks like a 7... or something over here. And then this is like greenish. So this is getting into the greenish territory. So the tap water actually has a higher concentration than the gutter, or is it the other way around? It's the other way around. And then of course, like, yeah, this is a picture of, I think that this was like a toxic bunch of chemicals that had the potential to explode, and they decided that just burning them would be better. The tap water is basic. Yes, that is what we were seeing there. Okay, yeah. First time I saw that photo, I thought it was a close-up of used cigarettes. Right, yeah, without the details in the photo, it's hard to see what's going on. A reporter was arrested during a news event on the Ohio train derailment. There was video of this, and I think I may have retweeted that as well, so we should be able to find it. The city is called East Palestine, Ohio, or like that. So when you see the East Palestine coming up around, like, just know that it's Ohio. I don't know why the city is called that. A reporter was pushed to the ground, handcuffed, and arrested for trespassing while covering a news conference about the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. News station posted a video. Yeah, he was arrested. He was held for 5 hours before being released from jail. it was really unclear in the video what he was even being arrested for. Okay, yeah. It's time for some people who know what the fuck is going on to explain some of this shit to us, okay? The reason the cars are so rusted is because of the massive release of hydrochloric acid, which forms from burned vinyl chloride and atmospheric water. Yeah, because vinyl chloride is one of the... someone else is going to have to explain this, because I don't want it to seem like I'm just talking out of my ass on this subject, but, like, there are multiple things that this is... that the burning of this is going to create in the atmosphere, and then it's going to have adverse effects because it combines with other things. So, here, I think this person is going to explain this well. Make sure my volume... I'm going to make sure I can boost all my volumes as high as possible.
Hundreds of thousands of pounds of acid in the air, potentially. Now, ever since engineering school, I've studied a lot of industrial accidents. I just find it really fascinating, and organizations like the Chemical Safety Board, NTSB, and OSHA all have like really good reports available to the public. I think as a designer, it's really good to learn about mistakes. When looking at these kinds of industrial disasters across time, there are a couple things that are pretty universal across all of them. One, the responsible party, in this case, Norfolk Southern Railway, always plays...
Norfolk Southern Railway is the name of the corporation that caused this ecological disaster.
...down the reality of the situation. Politicians also just repeat the same lines, and then news outlets just repeat the same. So all we're hearing is the responsible party's word.
Yeah. So that's going to be a problem going forward. Health effects found in humans and animals following inhalation exposure to vinyl chloride. So this is just like vinyl chloride before it becomes like, just one of the things in this process that can hurt people. This is showing in this level, we have animal death, like decreased body weight, increased liver weight, decreased testes weight, histopathological changes in the liver, tumors, histopathological changes in the liver, liver problems, because your liver processes toxic chemicals out of your body, right? So we're in the like level of exposure here that can cause death of animals. Let's see, does this say acute human? So I'm not sure that this shows very much of the effects on humans, but is mostly focusing on the effects that it has on animals. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we got video of some of the smoke here.
These aren't storm clouds. This is the fucking shit that they burn off the fucking shit.
Okay, I'm just gonna like accept that guy's opinion and move on. I didn't actually look at most of the videos in this thread beforehand, but like that, sorry for the spike in audio there. I cannot imagine living in this area. Apparently there have been reports of schools of dead fish downstream. I think that I do have some video of that as well. This is a part of the video of this reporter getting arrested that we were just talking about. Footage showing a fiery axle 20 miles before East Palestine train derailment raises questions about alert timing. So it's potentially like this was an issue and people could have been notified sooner. Yeah. Channel 11 cameras captured video of dead fish in a local creek. Supposedly this is going to be safe for the drinking water, though. The official story is don't worry about the drinking water. It's fine. But, okay, yeah. So here, chemically, what is this? So yeah, chemically we're seeing like, okay, there's a lot of like burning and that seems bad, right? Okay, what is actually happening? Let's see what is happening. When this substance burns, officials have warned that the controlled burn would send phosgene and hydrogen chloride into the air. Phosgene is a highly toxic, colorless gas with a strong odor that can cause vomiting and breathing trouble and was used as a weapon in World War I. Phosgene smells like hay, apparently. So it has a strong odor, and it's like poison when you breathe it in. It's considered safe at 0.1 parts per million during an 8-hour exposure, or 0.2 parts per million for a 15-minute exposure. And the 8-hour threshold would have to be even lower if you were measuring inside people's houses, because residents usually spend more than 8 hours there. And then the other, so phosgene is just like actually a toxin that has been used in wars. And then hydrogen chloride, when it mixes with water, creates hydrochloric acid, which means that once hydrogen chloride is in the environment, like if it rains, the water is going to combine with hydrogen chloride, and it's going to chemically turn that water into hydrochloric acid, which, like, I don't know how old everybody is here. Like, hit like on the video if you remember Malala Yousafzai. And like, I was in, I think, middle school or perhaps high school when she had acid thrown on her face, and it like melts your face. You know how that like acid attacks are a thing that happen in certain parts of the world? I'm not entirely sure. Or no. Was Malala shot? Okay, that's my bad. I thought that she was one of the people who got acid attacked. Was she shot though? Yeah. Was she on like a bus? Okay, scrap that. Pretend I didn't say that. Ignore that, because I got my wires crossed. When I was younger, like acid attacks were a thing that you would hear about in the news in like countries across the world. Like on the other side of the world, like, oh, these women are having like acid thrown in their face and it's like permanently disfiguring them, right? Like hydrochloric acid can do basically that to you. It can like cause damage. You can go blind within a very short time of exposure if hydrochloric acid gets in your eyeballs. Not pure acid, because it would be diluted somewhat in the rain, but still bad, like still not good. Still gonna be a problem. Did I get my genders crossed? I don't think so. It's bad for outdoor equipment and paints. The acid rain will damage marble statues and limestone and calcium-based minerals and materials. It will form patina on some metals too. Yeah, it's not going to be a good time. So let's see what else we got over here. Vinyl chloride. Yeah, vinyl chloride released into the environment. Vinyl chloride is expected to have high mobility in soil. The volatilization of vinyl chloride from moist soil surfaces is expected. Volatilization of half-life of vinyl chloride was estimated as 0.2 days when incorporated at soil. So it's a volatile substance that's going to exist in the soil, and it's going to take a while for it to degrade. Based on blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, it's also volatile. It's potentially volatile in water. It's not likely to photodegrade in water, like in the sense that sunlight can cause substances to like break down. Let's see. And then gas phase vinyl chloride is degraded in the atmosphere by reaction with photochemically produced hydroxyl radicals and ozone. So the half-life of vinyl chloride in the air is reported as greater than 4 days. And it can be photodegraded. So it's not going to like last forever. It's not going to be in the environment forever. Potentially, like it will break down, but it's not great. Yeah, and so here we go. Water is supposedly safe to drink, but everything in it is dead, ? Let's see.
At the area, well and groundwater are safe. However, after this couple saw dead fish in this creek that you're looking at, they're deciding to not take any chances.
Oh, there was hundreds.
Russell Murphy is referring to the fish now belly up in Leslie Run. He and his wife noticed them last night, barely 48 hours after the fiery derailment 5 miles away.
This is huge, huge environmental effects.
That's now one of many concerns the EPA now faces.
The impact of the fish, yes, there was a impact to those. However, the levels as we have seen it are protective to groundwater. We are aware there are some wells along that for residential wells.
Environmental cleanup crews were at and actually in that water today. So are these booms, which are used to catch and stop anything that shouldn't be flowing here, or into water wells, which Murphy uses for just about everything.
So like individual people's water. Oh yeah, from the next town over, the release instantly killed everyone's chickens. This stuff is catnip for human cancer. My video, hold on, yeah, let's see. This woman from an adjacent town says that, let's see, even though North Lima is a little more than 10 miles away from East Palestine, Amanda Bresciers said the smell caused her eyes to water when she went to let her dog out. She believes that this smell could be the reason why her birds are now dead. She was going to feed her 5 hens and rooster on Tuesday morning when she discovered them all lifeless, practically in the same position with no signs of a predator entering their enclosure. She's upset because they're her pets, you know? She's upset because they died. So for them to say the air quality is okay, I'm calling BS, she said. Bresciers said that she is going to be taking the birds to a veterinarian to have them examined in the hopes of holding someone responsible for their deaths. She said this is not the only incident like this that they have ever heard of in the past day. Or sources said this is not the only incident like this that they have heard of in the past day. However, people at the Ohio Department of Agriculture said they haven't heard of any problems. Like they're like, yeah, we haven't heard of anybody's animals dying. So like this is someone's pets who were outside. Let's say she believes that the smell following the detonation of the train carrying chemicals that derailed in East Palestine is to blame for her bird's sudden death. My video camera footage shows my chickens were perfectly fine before they started this burn, and as soon as they started the burn, my chickens slowed down and they died. If it can do this to chickens in one night, imagine what it's going to do to us in 20 years, she added. Officials have said that the smell wasn't toxic or dangerous, but still advised people in the Mahoning Valley to stay indoors Monday night as a precaution. I think that this is actually going to like really hurt a lot of people. Like these chemicals are carcinogenic. So even if it doesn't immediately kill you, like, you know, in the sense that the fumes immediately kill you in the way that they did to these chickens, like you're gonna then just have like cancer causing chemicals in your body. And I don't think that these chemicals are ones that like, I'm not really sure to what extent you can process them out. This says residents can return home after crews burned chemicals in derailed tanker cars. People are going to have way higher risk of cancer in that area for generations. I mean, yeah, absolutely. This is like probably the worst. I think this is the worst ecological disaster, as far as the human impact at least, that has happened perhaps in my lifetime. And we've had some pretty bad oil spills in my lifetime. Okay, who's this guy? Matthew Smith. Tell me about it, Daddy.
As more effects from the East Palestine train derailment come to light, one of the concerns of local residents has been water contamination after dead fish were found in nearby streams.
So Leslie Run comes out of East Palestine, and that goes into Bull Creek, which then goes in the North Fork. And we know for sure that there has been some fish kill in Leslie Run and Bull Creek and some portions in the North Fork.
We went out to these areas and were able to spot some dead fish in Leslie Run and Bull Creek. At a press conference, officials told us they are monitoring the situation.
We knew at the onset of this incident there was impact to Sulphur Creek and waters of the state of Ohio. Since that point in time, we have been able to successfully control that runoff and contain the water and either treat it in place along with a robust sampling program for the water quality.
Leslie Run, Bull Creek, and North Fork are all part of Little Beaver Creek. Smith says Little Beaver Creek was designated as a state wild and scenic river in 1974. The Division of Wildlife and its partners have worked for years.
Yeah, I'm sure that it's going to be perfectly safe. I'm sure that you did a really great job of containing this. Yes, this material is used in the creation of plastic. Like, you have all of this, like, so, you know, you like gasoline. Gasoline is not That's not what they pull out of the ground. They pull like oil out of the ground and then they refine that oil into gasoline. But then the process of refining that oil into gasoline has a lot of like byproducts, and we use those byproducts to make plastics. And there's a lot of different types of plastic. So there's like a lot of different chemicals and like a lot of different ways to create plastic, and some of them are really, really high carcinogenic. Like some of the original plastic factories and stuff, it was very common for people to die of cancer if they worked there. No, this is not in Texas. This is in like Ohio and Pennsylvania. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. Safety questions remain after Ohio train derailment. So like this was caused by a train derailing, and then because it was toxic chemicals in there, they were like, okay, we're afraid that this is going to explode. So we've decided that the best way to get rid of it is to burn it. So a controlled release and burn of vinyl chloride from 5 rail cars prompted an evacuation order. Like, in what universe did you think that this was a smart idea? Like, why would you not just like get, I don't know, like a giant tanker of water and put it in the water? They probably just stole decades off people's lives. Yeah, we already have our lives being shortened by the telomere damage from repeated COVID infection. Let's just also give cancer to all of the people in Ohio, I guess. And like, who knows how far this is going to go? Like, here's another thing. I live in Kansas, okay? I live in Kansas, and when there are a fuck ton of wildfires in California, it's hazy here. It's hazy here. I look out at the sky, and I'm like, wow, it seems like really like, why does the sky seem like really hazy and not very clear? Because smoke from fires in California make it here and cover the sky. Like, I don't live in a smoggy place. It's not as though I live in a place where there's a shit ton of pollution. Like, I live in cornfields. So, you know, that's where I'm at. But so who's to say how far this is going to spread and how many people this is going to affect? I guess you just have to kind of look at the weather. Like, you just have to look at the weather patterns across the United States. I live in New York City, which is not all that far, really. Yeah. Average day in Poland, we love smog. Right, but there's a difference between, yeah, like, smog and then fucking this. Okay, let's see. This name that I don't want to try to pronounce says that people in the area have reported the death of chickens, fish, and other animals, including a domesticated fox since the accident. Oh, that fucking sucks. I mean, it sucks for any pet to die, but like a domesticated fox, like those are hard to get a hold of. I got a call yesterday from a person who lives 1.5 miles away from the derailment area. She says they let their 2-year-old healthy dog out to go to the bathroom, and the dog never returned inside. He was dead in the yard. A 2-year-old dog is basically grown. I guess maybe it could have been a Chihuahua, but like, that's a grown dog, healthy, should be like a sporting ability to combat harmful things entering their body. And you're nope. Just dying. At a press conference announcing the lifting of the evacuation order, DeWine called on the railroad to provide more information about the accident, as well as assurances of future safety. I think we expect Norfolk Southern to have answers to exactly what happened. Creek that runs... Yeah, here we got video of dead fish. Just a bunch of little dead fish. These are like minnow-sized fish, I think. These little white pieces. Yeah, it's gonna be weird. This is more video of like the fire. They're stopping and detaining the media continued. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. No? Sneeze? Come on. I don't know why. That really, it just felt like there was going to be a sneeze happening, and it just didn't go anywhere. Oh my God. Do you ever get that feeling where you feel like your nose is really clogged up, but it's like really dry, you know? I am trying to humidify my place a little bit to make it better, but Jesus Christ. I'm just taking a moment. I'm taking a breather because this is like a lot. I've even already read a lot of this, and this is still a lot, okay? I yawn too hard and my jaw spazzes out, for sure. Okay. They're stopping and detaining the media continued. My apologies, this is long. My family lives near the East Palestine, however they're pronouncing it, train derailment in Ohio. I used to work as an environmental scientist, and while I am not a journalist, I'm very interested in documenting this event. I have a pretty nice mirrorless camera, and I went to go get some water samples just for funsies to analyze myself. By complete coincidence, I happened to pull up at the site at the same time as a vehicle marked as an environmental consulting group that I quickly recognized. It's a pretty large firm, and I used to work on projects with them. I didn't really pay any mind to their vehicle. Since I recognized them as consultants, I assumed they would get out and start sampling the stream, which was, again, full of dead fish. And since I was in a public space outside the evacuation zone, I assumed I had nothing to worry about. When I stepped out of my car with my camera, someone who I'm assuming was the manager of the group blocked my path and asked if I was with the media. I told them no, that I simply lived nearby and wanted to photograph the fish kill. They informed me that if I was media there to film them while they sampled, I would be arrested by the National Guard, who were posted up the road closer to town, and they had already been put on standby once they saw the camera. They told me they were an independent third party hired by Norfolk Southern. The situation felt extremely uneasy, and it took some convincing to get them to believe I was not media. Eventually, I found common ground with them by explaining that I understood what they were doing, worked in a similar job before, and had no intent to film them. When they were convinced I was not a journalist, they eventually took a more friendly tone and asked me to wait until they left to photograph, which I did. Before they left, the same manager encouraged me to call Norfolk Southern's contracted toxicologist for information on water testing and give me their number. Yeah, and gave me their number. Yeah, like go ahead and call the company's contracted toxicologist to get information on whether the water is safe. Sure. They were pretty adamant on me having this phone number and encouraged me not to get, quote, caught up in fear-mongering. They left, and I got my shots for my photographs. I was honestly so focused on diffusing the situation and saying what I needed to get them to quit alluding to arrest that I didn't really process the reality of what they told me until a bit after. So if you made it this far, isn't detaining media from filming something like this extremely illegal? If I was media, wouldn't I have had the right to be there? Are there special circumstances where this is permissible? And should I be reporting this somewhere? I want to believe they were there to independently and thoroughly analyze this obviously polluted water. They expressed empathy for the community and said they understood my concern. However, the whole thing really unsettled me. I had a relative with me during all this, but no recording. I believe that that's called an intimidation campaign. Yeah, like, why do I need a press pass in order to be in public taking photos of the woods in a public location? So this is body cam footage of the arrest of the reporter. We saw the photo earlier. I don't want to turn on the sound for this one. A lot of the video is quiet anyway. It's because it seems like I don't know, like, is the sound optional? They have the power to turn off the camera, which is they should not be able to turn off the camera. I think that this guy in this army outfit just like pushed this journalist without provocation. Well, this part doesn't even have sound, I don't think. Or the beginning part doesn't. Hold on. I guess we'll listen to it. Because this part is just quiet. He's reporting right now. Like, that camera is live, pointed at him. He is currently reporting on this situation. I'm still not hearing any sound. If you're not hearing, neither am I. Like, it is going to kick on here in a second. But here we have putting hands. He's putting hands. Sorry. Other people are having to restrain this guy.
Did you not see that man put his hands on shut it down? You continue to go.
Now.
Go. Now.
Or you can go to jail. Sir. You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? Do you want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? Do you understand
how quickly our lawyers...
I think that this is happening during a press conference. Like, they're trying to report on the press conference, and they're being told that they're trespassing. I don't know what they were saying in their coverage.
I don't care. Sorry, can we
I don't care.
Let's talk outside. Go. Let's talk outside. Come on, outside. Come on.
Out the door. Out the door. By other media right here. I'm going to listen.
I don't care. You're going to walk out the door.
I'm going to listen.
You're going to walk out the door.
Touch
Come on out, sir. You're going to walk out the door, or you're going to jail.
Do not touch me.
Sir, can we talk outside, please?
I am trying to
talk
listen.
Outside, please.
And he escalated with me. I am doing my job. This is covered by the First Amendment.
Excuse me, sir. I'm the building supervisor here. Please leave.
There you have it. You're going to stand outside. You are,
or you're going to jail. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, out.
Was he not like in the process of being like, okay, do you want me to stand like right there? He was like, I will leave like and still be proximate to this like location, and then like they just started dragging him outside.
Yeah, you're under arrest. Under arrest.
They're gonna escalate force right here.
Oh, sir.
Oh my God! You guys, this is bad. Stop.
I am on the ground. What are you trying to do? Okay,
Stop resisting! Stop!
Why are you covering your camera? Covering the camera and then saying stop resisting. Like, by the way, cops are trained to say stop resisting no matter what is actually happening, because people who are bystanders will not remember whether that was said before or after they actually started trying to arrest the person. Like, they will just hear the cop saying stop resisting and assume that it's because the person was actually resisting. And like, cute, this guy's managed to get his hand right over the camera lens.
You work to get this. This is so bad.
Lay on your back.
Lay
flat, please.
You guys, he's a national correspondent. You cannot do this.
I'm a reporter with News Nation. It's all being recorded right now.
I hope it is.
Excessive force, because you can't talk to people about doing...
Both of these people are doing their jobs. This is a camera, and behind there's another, there's like a blonde woman holding a camera. They're doing their jobs and like getting all this on camera.
Doing their jobs.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this.
What's that?
This is horrible.
They could have just escorted him outside, but instead of escorting him outside, they put him on the ground. This video goes on for like 8 minutes. I'm not going to watch the entire thing with you because we have more going on than that. Like, this was just a guy reporting during a press conference about this event. It might have been the same one where we saw earlier, like when we had this guy. Oh yeah, it was like at the end of this video, there was a guy like saying like, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, I think this is the same shitty elementary school gymnasium. Body camera footage from Wednesday's arrest of a news station correspondent shows the Ohio National Guard's adjutant general pushing the reporter during an argument at a press conference that state authorities held about. You know, in any other circumstance, that would just be assault. Like, if you push someone in the middle of an argument, like, that's just fucking assault. But apparently you're wearing a uniform, like, you can just be arguing with someone and assault them before an arrest is even formally being made, and that's just fine. It's a state trooper. Yeah. Just arrived, y'all. Where is this? This is happening in Ohio. Okay, let's see. They buried the chemicals and they burned them. The land in that town and the surrounding area is now worthless, and every creature that lives there will get cancer, will be sick. It's horrifying what they've done. Okay, like, more from this person. Okay, bring it back.
So that's a lot to take in there, but we have to move on, because I think this is the most important thing you need to hear. Areas of containment soil and...
Let me start this over at the correct volume. My bad. Sorry, it was so quiet there.
So that's a lot to take in there, but we have to move on, because I think this is the most important thing you need to hear. Areas of containment soil and free liquids were observed and potentially covered and or filled during reconstruction of the rail line, including portions of the trench/burn pit that was used for the open burn of the vinyl chloride. I think you have to ask a few questions. Number one, why are you learning this from me? Why have they not released water tests since the 4th, but they've released several days of air tests? On the 5th, the EPA said that they were expecting water tests on the 7th or 8th. How much of these chemicals spilled? How much burned? Why was the track rebuilt over buried contaminants?
More and more questions. There are just more and more questions the further down you go here. Covering up the camera and then saying stop resisting is a habit for cops. We saw some of the cops who killed Tyree Nichols attempted that as well. Yeah, unfortunately there was a street camera nearby. Let's see. Dioxins are forever chemicals, and small concentrates, and a small amount will concentrate in higher order animals like people. So forever chemical means like a chemical that your body does not process out. Like it will, like once you're exposed to it, you will carry it in your body. And like, so if you are exposed to a little bit, like if you have a tiny bit of lead exposure and you have a little bit of lead in your body, that's probably not going to hurt you. But if you have repeated exposure and the lead has an opportunity to build up within your body, then it causes like a neurological damage, right? So, and then higher order animals just refers to like animals that are bigger and eat smaller animals. Like if the contaminant is in the plants, then there are going to be animals which eat the plants. And then if you're a bigger animal which eats animals, then you're going to have not only the amount that is in the plants, but also the concentrated amount that the animal has in its body from having eaten a bunch of the plants. And then you end up with even more of it in your body. So that's like why those things are problems here. The chemical catastrophe is absolutely going to drop life expectancy in Ohio and Pennsylvania for generations, and animals carry it away after ingesting it. So yeah, these chemicals are persistent organic pollutants in the environment. They're mostly byproducts of burning or various industrial processes. Some of them are highly toxic, but the toxicity among them varies by quite a lot. The mechanism of action is the same. They activate the aryl hydrocarbon receptor, albeit with different binding affinities, leading to high differences in toxicity and other effects. Okay, so that's just one thread about this. That's just one thread that I have about this. That's not even all of it. Buffering. Too bad. I don't have any control over the buffering. I do not control the buffering. I'm trying to figure out what my next link is that I'm going to go here. Chem student here taking a quick look at the actual chemical that's being spilled, vinyl chloride, and what happens to it when it's burned. This raises a shit ton of alarms, and this, quote, event is most certainly not going to be safe for a while, a thread. Vinyl chloride is a colorless compound used in making plastics, has an extremely low flash point, and is considered extremely hazardous to human health, and any exposure to heat or water results in a violent reaction. Elaborating on its danger to human and animal life, vinyl chloride is also highly carcinogenic. There's a very low, we already talked about the exposure. In addition to cancers, it also induces dizziness, nausea, visual disturbances, and extreme headaches and ataxia at 4,000 parts per million exposure. Above 12,000 parts per million exposure can bring about cardiac arrhythmia, RADS, and fatal respiratory failure. But the worst shit happens when it catches fire. When vinyl chloride undergoes combustion, it's always a violent process, but when it's over, it decomposes into carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, hydrogen chloride, and phosgene. The last two are the worrying ones. Like hydrogen chloride, upon contact with water vapors, turns into hydrochloric acid. Exposure to it will corrode tissue. Even short exposure can lead to blindness, severe burns, and mouth, throat, and stomach damage. Phosgene is a gas that kind of smells like hay. Historically, it's been used by armies in World War I and II as poison gas. It's dangerous to humans at 2 parts per million of exposure and is primarily known for causing pulmonary edemas, hypoxia, and, in high exposure, death after 2 to 3 days. So I think that this is the exposure levels that we're looking at, like, will not cause human death. I mean, if there are children in the area immediately around, I would be surprised if we did not see direct deaths of small children in the area. Wait, buffering? Buffering? I do not control the buffering. Unfortunately. It seems like it's doing okay now. Okay. Let's see. A freight train's worth of burned vinyl chloride is being released into the atmosphere, and that is a whole lot worse. And it's a whole lot worse than what is actually being reported. After only a few days, there's already been mass animal death. This shit is not safe to return to after only a week. I do not control the buffering. No, I do not. I absolutely do not control the buffering. So it's worthy to acknowledge that we did recently have the rail workers strike, and one of the main things that we heard in the media was that they were striking over conditions for work, like, oh, they're not being given enough sick time or whatever, and that was like the main focus. And then that strike was shut down. You know, like actually Biden says you're not allowed to strike, even though that's supposed to be one of your rights that you have. But one of the other things is, like, if you have severely overworked workers, you can pretty much guarantee that they're not going to be able to work safely, right? So rail workers tried to strike over the exact conditions that led to this. Congress stopped them. Now there's a media blackout on the disaster because it's catastrophically bad, and the politicians and Wall Street-owned rail corporations are very clearly to blame. Workers know when they're being told to do unsafe work. We are living in the aftermath of decades and decades of them being forced to do it anyway, to rush, cut corners, and skip safety procedures. The people who profit from this don't live in the communities that get destroyed. This is just like almost every industry in this country, I can pretty much guarantee, is cutting corners for the sake of profits. Be distinguishing. If you ever need to hire an electrician, like, be discerning in how you get your electrical work done. Like, for one example, because like people just cut corners and do shady shit, and like they just are like, oh well, it probably will be fine. This is like how people think. They're just like, oh, never mind, don't worry about it. Oh my God, Mersh says, don't let chlorine gas or pellets get in brake line fluid. It will transform into another gas that will spontaneously combust and burn like rocket fuel. I wonder if we're going to see any crazy shit like that happen. Hello, Gayfesh, welcome in. We are talking about the toxic chemicals. Yay, toxic chemicals. You did that to the tune of This Is Halloween? A little bit. A little bit. Toxic chemicals. Yeah, a little bit. So I guess I don't have a lot left on this subject, but we will look at one more thing here. A town in Ohio of 5,000 people is currently being lied to and poisoned to death in real time, and I feel insane. Household pets dead, rivers contaminated, the effects of the toxic clouds expected to impact Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, as well as Ohio. This is transparent as it gets. Industry before lives. Capitalism is a suicide cult. In this case, I don't think a suicide cult is the right word for it. I think that this is more just like indiscriminate murder. And we have some more photos of how crazy this shit is. Like a train derailment. Overworked train workers, understaffed, like not having enough people to check on your safety equipment, like not replacing the safety equipment in a timely fashion because that would cost money. Yeah, this is like homicidal. Like, this is murderous. Because obviously if you cut corners on safety for long enough, then you're going to end up with problems like this. If my tweets are how you're finding out about this, please keep researching. This is not an exaggeration for clicks, obviously. Yeah, amendment. Apparently not all household pets are dead, just chickens and the fish in the rivers and a ton of birds and some foxes. All the cats and dogs are just sick and likely will die. Sorry, I got that so wrong. Profit-driven people will end up killing us all if they have anything to say about it. Like, what do you do? Yeah, like, think of the quarterly profits, right? The chemicals are turning the friggin' frogs dead. True. Like, someone asked earlier, I think, in the chat, like, what can be done about this? Like, nothing, really, as far as I know. Like, they burned this. They thought that the best course of action was to burn this shit. Like, who made that call on the ground? Like, this is my question. What supervisor on the ground made that call? Or did they call someone else and go, like, what's the appropriate thing to do? Like, this could explode. That would be bad. So instead, let's burn it because that would be less bad. Like, how is that less bad? Like, the explosion obviously has some amount of concussive force, but ultimately the problem is you're releasing a bunch of fucking vinyl chloride into the environment. I'm reminded of that line from The Incredibles. What about our stockholders? Who's helping them out? Right? Like, if the fish are dead, likely most everything else in the waterways is also dead. I'm sure there's plenty of microbiology that's going to be affected by this. And like all of the surrounding soil and the trees and like everything that is anywhere nearby. I don't know if it seemed to you all, but in a couple of those videos when we were seeing some of the up-close video of the water, it looked like there was an oily film on the top of the water. Like, did it seem that way to you all? It's hard to tell with this, like, shitty Twitter quality videos. And yes, I know, like, such professional coverage, pulling from primarily Twitter, but, like, frankly, I do think that Twitter is a more reliable place to get news than the curated news. And like as that person said, we were watching the video earlier, you're gonna get an official story from the company, and then the officials are gonna repeat what the company said, and then the journalists are just gonna report on what the officials said. And so all you're gonna get is information from this company that decided that the best course of action to deal with their failure, the derailment was their failure. Their solution to that problem was to poison and kill a bunch of people in the area. Like, just straight up. Burning shit just seems like an American solution to me. I have a friend whose family just burns their trash. That's some hick shit, but I've heard of it. I've heard of people doing that, just burning their trash. And like, when you are an electrician, as I was for a period of time, you end up with like scrap wire, right? And apparently, like, because the scrap wire has a bunch of plastic on it, you know, it's like covered, insulating the copper wire so that it doesn't like come in contact with anything and burn shit down. So oh my God, my brain just fizzled out completely. The insulation, like the plastic, people would just take that scrap wire and just burn it, like throw the wire on top of a bonfire and then like melt and burn all the plastic off and then scrap all the copper, to the point where they had to like change, like if you were to burn your copper, they would give you less money for it if it had scorch marks on it. Like they had to disincentivize people from doing it. It's illegal for sure. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to do that, but people just do that because they don't really care. At this rate, we'll be eating the rich because they're the only uncontaminated meat. Oh my God, true. I'm trying to remember whose chat it was in, but I saw someone mention this and they said that it was 5 minutes from their house, and holy shit, I hope they got out without getting poisoned. I don't even think it's avoidable. In the amount of time that it would take you to pack up the shit in your car, like you will have already gotten exposed to a degree that like you're going to have a shortened lifespan. You might not find out for 20 years what the effects of this are going to be, but it will affect you. Like it's not really a question of if. What's that emoji? Wow, Jesus. Oh yeah, sorry. All ecological systems there are going to be struggling hard for pretty long. I'm worried about the people living there. Little kids are going to have it worst. Right. The onset of childhood leukemia and stuff is going to probably increase. Like, what recompense? Like, what is there? I saw something earlier that was like the company was offering all the people like $25,000. Hold on. Norfolk Southern, the railway company responsible for this apocalyptic plume of gas, has offered a $25,000 donation to assist the area's nearly 5,000 residents who were ordered to evacuate their homes or face death. That's about $5 per person. Like they're offering $25,000 total to the entire affected community. And that's just over East Palestine. Like that's literally, I think that's just that one town. That's not even the adjacent, like the couple of states adjacent to this. What area of Ohio is this in terms of cardinal directions? Yeah, where is East Palestine? East Palestine, Ohio. So it's right on the edge of Pittsburgh and Columbus. Or not on the edge of Pittsburgh and Columbus. I read those things off the screen. It's right on the edge of Ohio and Pennsylvania. So if we just look at like... Not the Palestine I expected to hear about a chemical attack from, TBH. Yeah, I mean, really. So it's not too far away from Pittsburgh. Hold on, let me find it. Can you please just work with me here? Okay, so if we're looking at the US map, it's like, oh my god, I need you to zoom in. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, cool. It's over here, like right, it's like in this area. So if you were to zoom out, it's like, it's right over here in this general vicinity near my mouse. So the affected area is going to be like Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia. You know, like Lake Erie is not too far from there, so I'm curious if this is going to have any broader effects on like Lake Erie. So that's going to be... Do you have a cat on your keyboard there, June? It's possible that if any of the contamination makes it into the Ohio River, that this will affect Indiana and Kentucky too. Yeah, because those things are downstream, this could potentially basically affect... This is why I was saying, like, this is affecting the East Coast. Like, you know, Ohio, it's like this is where it happened, here at the very edge of Ohio, edge of Pittsburgh. But, like, potentially this entire area of the lakes... Like, what are the wind patterns like in that area? What are the water patterns like in that area? It's going to carry it downstream, the Ohio River, down into Virginia and Kentucky. And there are so many names on this chat. I apologize for how many names, so many names on this map. Oh, there's a bird. I see. And then, yeah, on top of that, yeah, that's why I was curious, Morningstar plural, about like if the lakes being connected, I would not be surprised if it goes beyond Erie, like if it goes beyond Lake Erie and then connects into like these other bodies of water and like potentially Canada. Like, is this going to become an international problem if Canada starts experiencing effects from this wildly irresponsible chemical burn? Are they gonna like sue us? Like, are we gonna go to war with Canada because a United States company like caused a bunch of cancer in this area like Toronto? This is the US's Chernobyl incident for sure. It's gonna be really, really interesting to see how this bears out going forward. Like, I mean, I say interesting, this is horrifying. This is horrendous. And there isn't a good answer to this. Like, the damage is done. It's done. Like, what's the phrase? Like, there's no, like, once you've gotten the cream out of the cow, there's no squirting it back up her udder. Like, it's done. It's done. Somebody has to hold U.S. companies accountable. Like, yeah, like who, how, when? The official channels for this, like, is it even a crime? Legally speaking, have we even constructed a crime for this magnitude? Or is this going to be like, we're going to fine you? We're going to tell you that you need to put a certain amount of money into cleaning up the environment. Like, yeah, it's not a crime when a big company does it. Like, this is going to be one of those situations. And I recognize that this is perhaps a little bit spicy, but like, someone is going to have to hold these people responsible. If it is just an accident, it's not a crime, unfortunately. It wasn't, the burning was not an accident. This is the thing, like the train derailment was an accident. The burn, that was on purpose. Like that was not an accident. They set it on fire. To be completely clear, they took this volatile chemical and they said, you know what the best way to clean it up is set it on fire. Y'all remember the BP oil spill? I remember it pretty clearly. I mean, like, it was a huge deal. It was a very big deal. And no one was ever really held accountable for that. Like, I think that if you have a big oil spill like that, like, the company BP should no longer exist. Even if, like, and to the extent, again, I recognize that it's entirely possible that the oil baron will then just start a new company. But, like, at least symbolically, the company BP should no longer exist. And ideally, the person who owns it should be in jail. I'm just going to be the person, like, I think that if you own a company that is responsible for a major ecological disaster, you should be in jail forever. And that your company should be liquidated completely and its assets should be redistributed. Like, you should not be able to have a company anymore. We, the U.S. government, have investigated the spill and decided the company has to be held financially responsible, so we have issued them the maximum fine of $100,000. And that sure will show them. Yeah, cue the South Park BP. Yeah. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. This is literally why corporations were created in the first place, to shield owners from personal liability. Right, because if you own a company, then the company could be sued. And if the company goes bankrupt, that's different from you personally going bankrupt, because the way that it works in this country is like, if you're a contractor who does some shitty work and you don't have an LLC, like, separate from yourself, then when you get sued for, like, you built a deck and the floor fell out and, like, injured someone, they could come for your assets and your actual home and not, like, the company's assets. That's why the concept of a corporation exists, is to create this, like, buffer, which just, like on the one hand, I kind of get it, but only because, like, I don't think that you should litigiously go after people in this, like, the whole system that in the way that we do that, like, needs to be revisited. And I don't have the solutions to it. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I have the solutions to it, but there is a sense of like something very unjust has been done. Something very fucked up has been done. Something that no individual could have had control over. Like no person who is being affected by this could possibly have had any say over like no one who lives in that area had any say over how those toxic chemicals were being transported. They had no say in how those toxic chemicals were being stored. They had no say over the rail lines and the safety regulations that were being followed. Like there clearly was not enough of a regulatory body supervising this railroad company. And like what failed that you had a train derailment? Like we live in a place in like history where train derailment should basically just not happen. Like we should be fully on top of this. We should be fully figured this shit out. Train derailment like should be a thing of the past. There's just no reasonable, and especially a train carrying these toxic chemicals. Not only should train derailment itself be something that is barely heard of, but a train carrying these chemicals, it should be non-existent. There should be the safety on this should be so tight that even the remote possibility of an ecological disaster like this happening should have been zero. And yet they're cutting corners. And like, again, what brain dead fucking mouth breather made the decision that the appropriate thing to do, like seriously, was that some dipshit supervisor on the ground who was like, yeah, it seems to me like the best thing to do here is to fucking burn it. Okay. So yeah, there's no solutions to this that are within the TOS for me to describe. And it's horrendous, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. It already has hurt people. If your pets die, that's already a you have been hurt by this. How are these people going to afford to move? How are these people going to afford to protect their children? How are these people going to afford the chemo when they inevitably develop cancer in 10 years? We're going to abandon them. This company Cry types their official statement. Do we even have an official statement? What's the name of the company again? Norfolk. What is the company name? Yeah, Norfolk Southern. Yeah, families within 10 miles of the derailment in 20 years will each get a coupon for 50% off their next delivery of toxic chemicals. Honestly, their official statement should just be LOL, fuck you. Like, oh, LOL, fuck you gonna do about it. Yeah. Don't fool yourself. There are going to be a few hundred respiratory deaths related to this yet in the first few weeks. Who even knows what the compounding problem is with like COVID? If you have like lung damage from COVID and then you get exposed to fucking vinyl chloride, like what? Okay, official statement about derailment. Why is YouTube or not fucking like Google search results are being really fucky right now, and like right this moment is not the time to try to make me be patient about what like phrasing I need to type into Google to get the result that I want. Interesting. I'm trying to like, okay, so check this out. I typed in like Norfolk Southern Railroad official statement about derailment. The top result is Norfolk Southern, like their official website. And then this link here from 6 days ago from their official website says, on the morning of February 7, Norfolk Southern and its contractors were allowed to begin clearing the site where a derailment occurred on whatever. But then you click it, and there's a 404 error. Interesting. So there is something that did previously exist on their website, but that currently there's not, like, you can't find it. Like, there's no... So as far as I can tell, there's like no official statement from the company that's publicly accessible at the moment. I kind of feel like I need to move for real. Anyone want a roomie? Yes. I mean, like, literally, if you live in the affected area, like move, like immediately if you can. It's relatively inexpensive to live in Kansas, and I think we are far enough away from this bullshit that we will not be affected by it here. So feel free to come to Kansas and turn this state into even more purple than it is currently. Let's try to swing it blue if we can. Move here, please. Like, you can get a decent-sized apartment for like $800 a month, okay? Because the longer you stay there, the worse it's going to get for you. Like, the carcinogenic effects in particular are cumulative. You know, you can be exposed to a small amount of vinyl chloride over the course of your 8-hour day. But like being exposed constantly to a greater amount than that, probably a greater amount than what you are allowed to be exposed to during an 8-hour workday. And then you're being exposed to it constantly for like however long, like seriously, break your lease. Like move out. Yeah, America, the land of never forget. And by that we mean never forget the deaths we can use to justify imperialist wars. True. Man. I'd have to sell my house. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to really be able to do that. I mean, honestly, like, do you own your house, or is it still being owned by the bank? Yeah, we mentioned that, Rhea. There are some lakes in Kansas, not very many of them, but there are some. Because honestly, if it were me, if I lived in this area and I was in the process of buying a house, but it was still owned by the bank, I might just be like, yeah, you can keep that. Like, I'm just going to default on my payments from now on. Like, you can just have it back now. And then let the fucking bank figure out how to sell the house. It's a little bit trickier if you own the house outright. Well, I mean, you can still just move out, but then, like, are you just going to move out and leave an empty house there? What are you going to do? Are you going to rent it out to someone? Like, how are you going to rent out your house in a place where people are going to get cancer? Like, I would not be able to ethically... I would be like, burn that fucking house down, as far as I'm concerned. Again, I'm defaulting to the American solution. Insert Ben Shapiro. If there's a mustard gas cloud over Ohio, don't you think people are just going to sell their houses and move? Jesus Christ. Whoa. Yeah, sell it to who, Ben? The Toxic Avenger? Anthony is doing a parody rendition of the Star Spangled Banner in the YouTube chat. Excuse me. One more. Okay, that's good. Oh, baby. So I'm done talking about that now. At least I'm done with the part that I'm going to plan to put on YouTube, you know? Hey, you know what? True. Less COVID if people go outside with gas masks. Would N95s help? I'm very glad I already wear a respirator mask wherever. Yeah. So I would say you should double check that whatever mask you're currently using is also graded with, like some of them are for particulates, some of them are for viruses. Like some of these different masks are rated for different purposes. So check, be like, which masks do people who work in plastic factories wear to protect them from cancer? Like that would be where I would, yeah. I guess one thing that I will say to end this out, to wrap up the segment, is if you are living in the affected area, move out, first of all. But while you're still there, look up respirators and try to find what are the respirators that are being used by people who work in plastics manufacturing, and make sure that you find the right kind and make sure that it fits nice and snugly. Sometimes you can get these ones that have the like replaceable filters on them. If you already have N95s, I would say that's probably better than nothing. Like if you've already been masking for the purpose of protecting yourself from COVID, it's probably better than nothing. But I would say double check and consider buying yourself a much better respirator, and consider wearing it like literally at all times of the day until you can move out. In Michigan, are we safe? It's kind of up to you, right? It's kind of up to you. This spill happened right here, like right on the edge of the state of Pennsylvania, right? That line right there. It happened like right here. So, it's kind of up to you whether you think that. I would say test the water in your area if you can. Like it depends on wind patterns. I don't know, guys. What's the weather like in Michigan? Like, where does okay, so I live in Kansas, right? So I'm just going to explain this to you so that you understand. I'm asking you a question, and I'm trying to help you understand what I'm asking. So there's the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, which means that every time you're looking at the weather map, anytime you're looking at like, oh, there's a storm coming through Kansas, it comes from the Rocky Mountains down from west to east. So the storms are consistently coming this way, which means that even if the wind pattern, like sometimes you'll have a really fucking strong north wind and it's a pain in the ass. But so even though you have locally, the wind can kind of blow in whatever direction, the majority of the storms, so the bigger air currents and like pressure movements, are coming from the west through to the east. So when you are over here, like if you're in Michigan, which way does the storm come across the radar when you're looking at the weather, Usually our storm front in Michigan comes down from West Canada and goes east. Then you're probably you're basically upwind. Think of this in terms of like if this area was on fire, which it kind of is, like the stuff that was burning. Like if this area were on fire, would you be downwind? No, you're upwind. The weather is coming down off the lakes, so you're probably going to be okay. This is going to be pushed. The air is probably going to be pushed down, and then naturally the rivers and stuff is going to be pushed south and east because that's the lowland. So we will definitely get some of this in Virginia where I am. The photoactive smog that we used to get at the top of the mountains came from Ohio back in the 1980s when there was industrial pollution from there. Southwest to northeast, that's the way that storms move. Wait, what? If you're in Michigan, the storms come from the southwest and go northeast? That still puts you like parallel. That would put you still parallel to Ohio. Shade, you just looked at a map. Shade, are you just now finding out that you're a lot closer to this thing than you realized? Oh shit, I'm really fucking sorry to hear that. Literally, Go on Amazon today, and buy yourself a decent respirator and wear it. Where are you at, Skylar? Like what part of the world are you talking about with this weather pattern of from the southeast to the northwest? We will get it by about Wednesday this coming week, I estimate. However, it is raining now. May reduce it some. I have like 50 N95 masks, but I should get better ones. First of all, put on the N95, like, now. Like, I'm not even kidding. Do it now. And then go on Amazon and buy a better respirator. The N95 is probably going to do more than absolutely nothing for you. In Nebraska, you get your... Wait, what? Nebraska, wait, what? In Nebraska, you would still be getting the same kind of... Well, I guess you're a little bit further north. Well, but you would still be getting your weather from the Rocky Mountains, I would have assumed. So it would be going... It usually comes from the left side of the map and then sweeps over toward the right side of the map, right? That's how it is where I live anyway, and I don't live too far from Nebraska. Yeah, this fucking sucks. Okay, you finally got it. Southwest to northeast. There you go. You got it. You figured it out. It's okay, Skylar. It's okay. So I'm just gonna say thank Christ I live in Kansas, because I don't know what I would do if I needed to like move on that short notice like that. Because like it's not optional. It's literally not even optional. I would put 3 N95s on one over another. I think that actually it's kind of like condoms. Like, I think that when you're wearing masks, you don't actually want to put on more than one. I'm not totally sure, though. I wear 2 masks because I wear, like, the N95s that I have are a little bit too big for my face. And so the cloth mask, like, holds it against my face. Like, the cloth mask is just a little bit tighter. I'm to the west, so weather patterns should keep me mostly safe from in the air. It's going to be the ground contamination. Yeah, like, do we have an active smoke map? Do we maybe have, like, active smoke radar USA? I'm initializing a map here. 2 masks is ideal. A disposable mask first and a cloth mask over it to help it adhere to your face better. Chlorine is a heavy gas too. It will go lower toward the ground. Following local weather reporters on Twitter has helped me to stay up to date on this stuff, especially wind directions during wildfires. Maybe that could help chatters find local info better and faster. Yeah, like, where is this? Is it gonna show this? Wait, why are there so many dots? What is it that I'm looking at? I feel like this is not up to date right now because there's no way that this is accurate. It's basically saying, like, yeah, it's fine in this area. This is probably not up to date right this second. But it should be. Like, this has been ongoing for, like, days. Or has the initial burn stopped? Like, is the black smoke and stuff stopped finally? I would really like to get like I would like to see an actual like satellite photo of that black smoke cloud. We saw the picture from the airplane, but I would really like to see a satellite photo. I don't think I'm going to be able to find one. Let's see if I can find it, actually. Satellite photo of train derailment. Okay, I see what you're doing here. Bionicle is important. What's up, One Black Phoenix? Welcome to the website. In World War I, soldiers in the trenches that were exposed to chlorine gas, who had nothing else to protect them, would wet a handkerchief and hold that over their nose to keep from getting gassed. It worked and saved lives. You could do that if you went outside and felt the burn, etc. That's crazy. Shade, I'm sorry that you live so near the affected area and you're only hearing about this now. Like, it's been a week. It's been almost a week. This is my second account. I forgot which login I used the first time. You can go in and on your account, you can like log in to several different ones on the one account so that then when you go in next time, like you won't forget because it won't matter. You'll be logged in on multiple accounts. Okay, that's not what I wanted. I live within 2 hours of there. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't matter to the officials. They just don't really care that much. I live in Denver, and one of my friends in Chicago can accurately predict snowstorms in Chicago by just waiting a few days after Denver gets a snowstorm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find what I want, which seems crazy. It seems like there should be... It seems like there should be a photo from like one of our satellites of this. They deemed the air safe in East Palestine, so I assume the fire stopped. So yeah, it was last Friday, a train belonging to Norfolk Southern derailed, and then the wreckage proceeded to burn ominously all weekend. By Sunday evening, residents near the train tracks were told to immediately evacuate. So it's been just over a week now, and I guess it burned earlier in the week, like over the weekend and early in the week last week. So the fire itself has stopped at this point. Yeah, so this, yeah, again, this is just wild. Apparently, I'm only a 5-hour drive away. The wind direction is going to make a difference as far as your, yeah, you can see it from a plane. Yeah, like, this is not fucking cute, y'all. If they're deliberately keeping this story small, it makes sense they aren't putting out hazard maps or satellite imagery. Right, like, this is just some person who happened to be on an airplane. And, like, this, I think that there are clouds, like, this is, like, the black cloud of smoke is mixed in with some other clouds in the area. Whoop, wrong button, this button. Yeah, if you live in Washington, I think you're okay. Like, is Seattle far enough away? I think you'll be all right. I missed my train. Oh no. Vinny, sorry, what if you just missed your train in a very, like, Final Destination way? Like, we were talking about a train derailment, and then you just missed your train, and then your train is gonna, like, crash or something, and then you'll be like, oh no. I feel like this will rhyme with Chernobyl in that we'll only have info about what happened after Canadians get hurt by it. I'm actually thinking, now that we've looked at some of the weather patterns in that area, that I think that the Canadians are going to be okay, because if the weather tends to come down from the north, it's going to be pushing all these toxins away from Canada. What about my mom in North Carolina? I mean, I would say, I don't know, like North Carolina is like fairly far away from this, but it is still downwind and downstream. So like probably gonna be somewhat affected by it, if I had to guess. This feels like it would only get us proper info if non-Americans were hurt. We'll see. I did not hear about that, Aaron. I have not heard about this. I live in Montreal. I think we're far enough. I mean, yeah, I think you're far enough, and I think that you're upwind. According to a caller on the majority report, even the residents weren't properly informed. Lux, how can I explain to a cishet person of racial minority and help them understand why directly supporting a transphobe is in itself a transphobic choice? Yeah, so we'll do that in a minute. We will shift gears and get off of this, because there's literally nothing that any of us can do except try to protect ourselves individually. I mean, I guess I would be curious, who is the CEO of this company? Okay, so the CEO of Norfolk Southern Railway is Alan H. Shaw. And I'm just interested to see if he's going to take any responsibility for this, or if he's going to be held accountable in any way. Let me reduce the number of open tabs that I have right now. Okay, cool. Yeah, corporate responsibility in my America. It does, yeah, no, it certainly seems like there, if he is held accountable, it's not going to happen naturally by allowing the mechanisms of capital to initiate and move through here. Is it really almost 3 o'clock? Holy shit. I kind of thought that I was going to crap out after maybe like, did we really talk about that for almost 2 hours? We talked about that for like an hour and a half. Holy shit. I really thought that I was going to get tired after like 2 hours today, y'all. We are definitely losing some viewers at the moment. That's okay. Hail hydrate. Drink yourself a little bit of water, okay? If you, like me, are done talking about the ecological disaster, hit like on the stream. Please. And then we'll talk about Harry Potter, which no one wants to talk about. So I'm probably going to lose even more of you when we talk about Harry Potter. Yeah, babe, it's 4 p.m. Time for your daily Hogwarts discourse. Oh, absolutely. I don't actually know if I'm going to put the Hogwarts part as a section on the channel or not. I haven't decided yet. When JK is the option that sounds more fun. You all wanted to start with the serious topic. That's what you all wanted. You wanted to start with the ecological disaster. You thought that was going to be better than talking about Harry Potter. Oh. Oh, Beth wanted Hogwarts. Okay. Well, we'll get there for Beth. Good gracious. Remember, keep holding on. Because at the end of the stream today, we're going to talk about some stuff that doesn't suck. We are going to specifically make some time to talk about a couple of good things. Hogwarts Legacy finally came out last week, I believe, and we are finally getting around to talking about it because listen, I'm a trans person and I'm a streamer and I'm opinionated and, you know, I'm exactly the kind of person that I think most folks would expect to have talked about the Wizard game, you know? And I just haven't for a while. And part of the reason for that is because I think that J.K. Rowling, sucks so much. And I really would like to just let her languish in obscurity until she, dies of old age surrounded by all of her TERF friends and... Excuse me, I am burpy. Another one. Goodness gracious, I'm literally just drinking water. And this is what's happening to me. So if you've been under a rock... I can't fucking talk. If you've been under a rock for the last 3 years, J.K. Rowling has become increasingly outspoken against basically any trans-positive thing. If we're trying to update our language around pregnancy to include people who aren't women who are able to get pregnant, such as trans men, then, J.K. Rowling is going to make it her entire personality to be like, I think the word that you're looking for is women. Women get pregnant. And yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. It's been well established by now. So now, whenever some new thing about Harry Potter comes out, people get... What was the word she made up? Woman? I don't know. People get really upset. It's obvious at this point that J.K. Rowling is synonymous with her Harry Potter brand. It's understood that they are one and the same, basically. She is still alive and influencing the canon. She is still present and part of the process in some way, where she is profiting off of the movies that are being made still. She is still very much... And, she posts things on Twitter that clarify canon. So she is directly still influencing this franchise. And I don't think that it's fair to say that, death of the author, I'm just going to, focus on the good things and enjoy that and not focus on what the author is saying. It is not really working that way. Especially because she also has said, and I could find the tweet for you. I'm not going to take the time right this second, but I could easily find the tweet for you where she says, my royalty checks make me feel a lot better about the opposition that I get on Twitter. She really does seem to think that if you spend money on her property, on her intellectual property, then you tacitly agree with the things that she is saying. She interprets your financial support as support of her views. And she is a billionaire, or actually, I think J.K. Rowling is one of those people where didn't people used to say, oh, J.K. Rowling is only a millionaire because she always donates enough of her money that she can't be a billionaire. She always donates all that money away. So she's a millionaire at the very minimum. She lives in a castle, and she is probably politically active. rich people always donate to political organizations. They always donate. She's almost certainly, she is probably part of the reason why people have been waiting 5 years to get their first appointment at the gender identity clinic. Like, there is a reason why the like slowdown is happening there. And the reason is because anti-trans politicians are in charge. So J.K. Rowling is part of that problem. I think that's probably fair. To be honest, we shouldn't accept her framing of that tweet. If Hogwarts Legacy did poorly, or if she was actually losing money, she would also spin that as a positive for her, in that she would use it to show how she's being canceled to rally the right around her. I guess it's like a little bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation there. But trans people get really upset about new things in the property becoming available for purchase because she is profiting off of this directly. You know, sometimes people will say, oh, well, there's this, it's the game devs. I want to support the developers of the game. But the developers of the game get paid when they make the game. They're working on the game and getting paid for it. And then once it is sold, like, all of the money is then going to the company to like try to recoup the loss. Like, they are trying to recoup the amount of money that they already paid the devs. And then some portion of that money is royalties, right? Some portion of that money is going directly to J.K. Rowling. So while she is already a millionaire, you are still basically like, it's like there's an anti-trans politician and they have like a bowl of money in front of them. And it's like, you know for a fact that if you put $1 in J.K. Rowling's bowl, like J.K. Rowling has a bowl of money in front of her, you know that there's a pretty solid chance that she's going to pick up the dollar that you put in her bowl and she's going to immediately put it in the bowl of the anti-trans politician. Like, it's like you might as well have just gone over and put your dollar in the bowl of the anti-trans politician. Like, that is how I personally view it. Like, you are basically like only one step removed from yourself donating to an anti-trans politician in the UK, where people die waiting to get healthcare. Like, people, like trans people will just like suffer and commit suicide because they are not being given treatment for 5 years. I will acknowledge that there is not like it's probably not like a huge, you're not really going to stop her from doing that if you don't spend the money. But you are, like, if you do give her the money, then you are almost certainly contributing to that problem very directly. Thoughts on pirating the game. So thoughts on pirating the game, you know, people are going to do it, I'm sure, whether or not I morally condemn or morally approve of the decision. I still think, I think that it's weird for you to want to play this game in particular, because this game in particular is all about putting down a goblin rebellion, and the goblins are very obviously coded as being quite similar to Jewish people, and there also seems to be some weird correlations where some historical events are being alluded to. There's a shofar from the game, which is like a horn that was supposedly being used by the goblins to pester the wizards during their war, and it looked a lot like the actual kind of horns that Jewish people would have had. I understand people feeling like, oh, this is a weird hill to die on. Like, this is a weird hill to die on. But, like, so I do genuinely believe that you are contributing directly to a transphobe's livelihood. You are directly contributing to harm against trans people by doing this, by buying this game. By playing the game without buying it, like, I mean, it's still publicity. But then again, all of the outrage. Isn't all of the outrage that we're doing here, isn't this just advertisement? Isn't this just outrage marketing, as Peter Coffin would have called it? I guess I can kind of see like, oh, it's a Barbra Streisand thing. If you didn't want people to think about this game and call attention to it, then why would you spend all this time bitching about it? Why would you spend all this time complaining? And here's where I've come on this. And like the reason why I kind of wanted to have this discussion at all is to just, I'm kind of do like meta-analysis. Like we're late in the game now. This has been an ongoing conversation for a while. At this point, what is the point of talking about it? We've seen all this play out. Is it publicity if you pirate it and play it on your own and don't tell anyone, though? I mean, honestly, if you're going to do it, you should do it in shame. Like, you should do it in private and you should do it in shame. And that's fine. If you're going to do that, I don't really care. I couldn't possibly comment on your private activities. I maintain that is a correct argument, though. Fantastic Beasts 3 had no such concerted boycott campaign, and it flopped. So here's the thing. I don't actually know that we had a boycott campaign here. What I saw was mostly just a lot of people trying to convince people that you shouldn't play the game, which is I guess not the same as saying like we are going to boycott this game. Obviously trans people are not interested in playing it. I think that this is really personal for people. And this is kind of where I've come down on this and why I really wanted to even make any commentary on this, is that it's not really about the money going to Joanne. It's not really about the blood libel and the weird anti-Semitic things. Like, what this is about is the personal relationships in people's lives as trans people are experiencing, like, a lot of targeted hatred toward us in terms of like all these laws trying to be passed. We are drowning in this, and we are seeing that a lot of the cis people around us are not really apparently very motivated to, talk about those things. And so in the midst of feeling like we're kind of alone, we want friends, like we want people to care about us. We want people to be aware of our issues. And it's like really hurtful on a personal level to see that people around you care more about exercising their inner child, I guess, about indulging their inner child and being entertained for a few hours than they care about you and your life and how, like, what would you be willing to do? Like, how much can I rely on you to be willing to help protect me if they come for me and try to put me in a camp? If you aren't even willing to save yourself $60, like, I don't even think that most trans people who were speaking out against the game, I don't think that most of us wanted to turn this into like a big political boycott. I think most of us just wanted to feel like our friends weren't gonna like turn their backs on us for the sake, it's like literally you could have saved yourself $60. I think trying to convince people not to play the game kind of is a boycott campaign, but I also agree with you that buying the game and playing it sends a terrible signal to trans people in your life, that if you don't care about the trans people in your life more than your nostalgia-fueled pleasure. Yeah, so I don't know, like, I guess I'm not really keen, I'm not really, like, super up-to-date on the definition of a boycott, but, like, trying to appeal to individuals to not do this thing that is directly contributing to harm against you. Like, again, it's as though you went and gave it's like you saw Trump's video, his recent campaign video, talking about how trans people are the worst and we're grooming children and stuff. Like, you went and like took your dollar and donated it to Trump right afterwards. Like, there are a couple of steps in between buying this game and and transphobic legislation passing, but like not that many. And it's wild to me that people are able to abstract this out so much. Like it's one of the wildest things to me is that people are able to abstract this out and pretend as though their actions are not harming people. My mom got mad at me when I said I didn't want to go see Fantastic Beasts 3 with her because of Rowling. She made it into a huge fight about me making things political for no reason. Our issues matter so little to them. Right. This is the thing about being trans, is that our existence is political. Like for trans people, the personal and the political are not in any way separate. If you politically think that transphobia is bad, but then you personally give money to a transphobe, you have become my political enemy. And like, that's the difficult thing, is that cis people don't understand that they are making themselves political opponents. They are standing in opposition to our well-being. They are standing in opposition to our ability to live a full and complete life. People were so quick to boycott Blizzard for what happened, but then buying this, doing this thing for a quick burst of cheap serotonin. And by everything that I've heard about this game is that it's truly a terrible game. So you threw all of your trans friends under the bus. You spent $100 on the deluxe version of the game in order to play a shitty, empty game for a couple of hours. And so here's another thing that's coming on, is this conversation of it's bullying for people to spoil the game. Like, your teacher dies no matter what you do, and it's just like the spoilers of the game are out there now. And there's been this conversation about how spoiling the game is bullying. Like, streamers are being bullied to tears for playing the new Hogwarts Legacy video game. This is the specific language being used. Like, by posting on social media or in the chat of a Twitch streamer, like, spoilers for this game, they're calling that bullying. And here's a little video, actually, because we're all about watching this stuff.
Flip up, and now it's like, whatever. I'm almost like thinking of just like either going offline or like I'm barely into the second combat here, and every time I look at chat, it's just the conversation is just like maybe we can do like bothering me.
Be right back.
I kind of wish that we could see the chat on screen. These folks don't have chat on screen like I do, though, which is fucking baby streamer time. Level up, guys.
Like a little break or something.
You can take.
You can hear her voice cracking.
Like a little break or something.
You can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and I'll just go fight and do the combat.
So the streamer's girlfriend had to step away and take a break because she started crying. And like, can I also just say, like, I feel really bad for cis women because, like, just as a complete aside from everything else that we're discussing here, that girl wanted her boyfriend to comfort her. She was like, I'm about to cry. And she said, could we take a little break? And she wanted to take a step away and like have him hold her and comfort her for a second. And he was just like, you can take a break if you want. I just, am I the only person who like, you know, I don't think that I guess like if you're really, really, really bothering someone about something like this, it could be harassment, like whatever even if it's legitimate criticism, if there's a lot of it, then that is harassment potentially. It's crazy to me to try to cast trans people as like the big baddies of this situation, as though like spending the money on and supporting like a franchise owned by a very aggressive transphobe, like as though that's like again, this is we fucking talk about this constantly on my stream. This Darvo bullshit, this thing where someone will do something to hurt you, and then when you call them out and you're like, hey, like, I don't think this is cool and you're being a fucking asshole, and then they're gonna be like, whoa, what did you just call me a fucking asshole for? Like, why would you escalate like that? Like, okay, what you're missing out on is the fact that you were being a fucking asshole, and that me calling you out on it is not where the problem started. And like, I honestly do think that there is a targeted transphobic, even if trans people hadn't been as vocal as we were about this, I still think that because of the culture war thing, like J.K. Rowling is the subject of this culture war at this point, whether or not trans people talk about it. And it just seems like, I don't know, like, yeah. So this is kind of what I mean. Yeah, the conversation seeming to focus entirely on a streamer that got bullied, versus like why trans people cared so much about this issue in the first place, put me in a hopeless doomer headspace for like 2 days. Yeah, like, why is the focus of this white woman's tear, like, why is the focus on this white woman's tears and not all of the trans people who have been betrayed by their friends and by the streamers that they have a parasocial investment in? No greater proof sexuality is unchangeable than the existence of straight women. Fucking true. Gayfetch said, it's not bullying to spoil the game. That is stupid. However, it is incredibly soy. It's like people are trying to recapture the energy of Snape kills Dumbledore, but that only worked because everyone knew who Snape and Dumbledore are and already had emotional connections to them. I did see some people saying, yeah, this is playing on the tradition of spoiling Harry Potter shit. I'm pretty sure that I had that spoiled for me too when I was a kid. Like, I actually think that this is just a total aside. My mom heard it on the radio, like the radio show that she listened to spoiled it for her. And then she vindictively passed it along and spoiled it for me. I was like 12 years old. I was like, wow, that seems really unnecessary. Yeah, and there is the conversation about Chick-fil-A, because we have seen this already happen, 10 years ago when it became known that Chick-fil-A is directly funding, is it death squads that target gay people? I thought that it was mostly that they were just funding the politicians that were making it so that it's still the death penalty to be gay in various countries in Africa. Uh-oh, I'm unlocking childhood memories. And I think that people have been like, yeah, there are way bigger issues happening to the trans community right now. And why are we focusing on this? And this is bullshit. And I think that it's true, again, it's true that we had this problem where, like, it's easier to focus on these small things than it is to focus on, like, what are you going to do against the death squad attempting to take away your right to healthcare? Or like coming to shoot you at your dance club. But this does matter on a personal level. This is the way that I think that this is happening. And I've seen some people saying, that the sales of the game wouldn't have been as high as they were if it wasn't for all this outrage. And people saying like, well, you are, like, of course this backlash is happening, like, because you felt the need to bully these, what do you expect if you keep spoiling the game and calling people transphobic for playing it, then of course people aren't going to care about you and they're going to do their best to give it like 100% positive reviews on Steam and all this stuff. Like, to me, that kind of scans like blaming trans people and blaming our anguish. And like, it's like, if this is something that does matter to you, like, if you're like me and you grew up on Harry Potter and this actually fucking sucks for you also, I kind of feel like we're being blamed for being a community under attack and in pain. Like, it kind of does feel to me as though it's like, well, maybe if you would stop calling people transphobic for directly giving money to a transphobe, essentially, then of course you should just reasonably expect that those people are going to stop listening to you. It's like, okay, so basically you're telling me that if I say I'm being hurt by something and then the person who is hurting me decides to hurt me more, then like, oh, maybe they wouldn't have hurt you more. Maybe they would have stopped and only hurt you the first time if you just hadn't said anything. If you're one mean minority person away from supporting genocide, the problem is you. So this is, to me, why this is just painful, is having to watch your friends basically make a political declaration that your life doesn't matter to them. And they don't even know that that's what they're saying. And when you try to explain to them that that is what their actions are saying, they'll say like, well, I'm not transphobic, so none of the actions that I can take are possibly transphobic. This is why anti-racism is so important. Because if you think to yourself, I'm not a racist, then you'll just do racist shit and you believe that none of your actions can be racist because you aren't doing them with racist intent. But that's not how this shit works. You have to be anti-racist, and then you can recognize the racism within yourself and take steps to fix it. Okay, I guess I don't have a lot else on this. That was like my main point that I wanted to get at here. Oh, no, before we finish off this section, I have to talk about consumption, no ethical consumption under capitalism. People will be like, well, you're sitting here on Twitter and Elon Musk, who is definitely a transphobe, is making money off of the advertisements underneath your posts. I'm like, okay, well, I personally block advertisers frequently on Twitter. It is a public service that I use to do my job. It's like, yeah, and if I go to the grocery store and buy quinoa, there was probably like some amount of human exploitation in that process. And if I go to the store and I buy chicken, it probably is the case that those chickens were being held in unsanitary, inhumanely tight, like packed environments or whatever. Yes, I need food. I need clothes that are made by like I need clothes, and I can only afford clothes that were made by slaves. No ethical consumption under capitalism means you are presented with a series of impossible choices. However, this is a video game. You don't need a video game to survive. People always compare it to clothes. However, a better comparison would be to chocolate. Right. I don't eat chocolate very often because chocolate is made with slave labor, and I don't need chocolate to live. I am going to choose to, maybe just like eat something healthier. Like I will eat like a carrot because there is probably a little bit less exploitation involved with that carrot getting to my area. Okay, but Gayfesh, hold it, shut the fuck up. I'm not saying that you don't need like any entertainment or any art. I'm saying you don't need this video game. Like, it's like, I'm like, someone said the chocolate comparison. I'm like, this video game is chocolate. Whereas like some other video game made by a trans developer is like bread or some other fundamental food. Like you need bread. You don't need chocolate. You need some amount of entertainment. You don't need to buy the specifically transphobe game. And like, yeah, and the gay sandwich, like you can eat things that are not that you like, if you know for sure that there is a lot of slave labor that goes into it, then yeah, like buy something else. When I buy clothes, I generally buy clothes from the thrift store because at least it's abstracting the harm somewhat. I'm just frustrated because I feel like everyone has really bad liberal arguments for this. Am I falling into that trap where I'm making a far too liberal argument here? Art has influence, which is why it's essential, but the influence this has is just hurting LGBT people. That's all the influence it seems to have. I mean, it is like... I do personally believe that the media that you seek out influences you, and that the kind of person that you are influences what kind of media you seek out in the first place, and that it can be a reinforcing process. When people started parroting the video talking about how we're all hypocrites because we use Twitter since Elon is a transphobe, or that we don't actually care because we're not flying to Orlando to protest Universal, or that we don't care because we're not protesting Lego or Nintendo because Rowling has contracts with all of them, that's kind of when I knew it was over and I had to check out of it all. I mean, I also judge people who go to Universal Studios to specifically go to the Harry Potter thing. I'm like, why are you doing that? I mean, it would be cool if you elaborated a little bit, Gayfesh. Like, what part of my argument is, like, too liberal? But I did see, my partner was talking to me about this because the reviews that this game has gotten are pretty negative, and yet if on the Steam page, it was like, had incredibly high reviews. And I was like, I would not be surprised if that was a deliberate transphobic effort. Okay. No worries. I guess, like, to an extent, this is a little bit of the vote with your dollar thing. Like, this is why the phrase vote with your dollar came up, because, like, you do kind of influence how society is by where you spend your money. And also, we are boxed into situations where we have very limited choices. Like, most of the things that I want and need, like, I might go to a local store and hope they have it, but they're more likely to have it at Walmart. And even then, if I go to Walmart, they might not even have it. So then I have to go to Amazon. Like, we're just presented with a series of bad choices. And I recognize that. But you also still can make those choices to the extent, like, for the duration of the time that we live in this world. Like, this is, like, practically, there's like different discussions between how to operate as ethically as possible within the current system, and, like, what would ethical behavior look like if we managed to fundamentally change this completely unethical system. My friend told me the reviews of the PC version were real bad. Yeah, it's a port. Like, it was originally for console, so the PC stuff is a little bit different. Aldi sells good chocolate, no slave labor. Man, I'm getting to like that 3.5 hour mark, and I am getting hungry. Okay, I'm done talking about this. We had some positive news that I wanted to talk about today. Yeah, again, if we get into talking about ethical consumption under capitalism, like, that's like one of the fundamental premises are for, like, the good place, you know? Yeah, Hollow, welcome back. Aldi's nuts. It's a consumption choice that contributes to harm. In the end, that's how it needs to be treated. People fail their morals all the time, whatever. It's not like some damning thing on its own. It's the doubling and tripling down, the demand that it be seen as a positive action, the demand we not point out the reality. That bothers me. Yeah, I mean, everybody who says, like, well, if you hadn't complained about it so much, then it wouldn't have sold as well. Like, that's basically just demanding that we not speak out about things that are harmful to us. You're just like demanding that we shut up, and then you call us bullies for having a little bit of fun with the situation. You know, it's very classic victim blaming. In like every aspect of this situation, trans people are at fault. Trans people are at fault for making the game sell as well as it did. Trans people are at fault for allies not caring about us. Like, everything is trans people's fault. I fucking get it, okay? I fucking get it. At this point, I fucking get it. Everything about society is trans people's fault. I fucking get it. I've been getting that message for a year, 3 times a week, every fucking time I stream. I get it at this point, okay? Okay. What was on my list for positive news today? I think I had 2 things in particular that I wanted to talk about positive news-wise. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. I just don't think this boycott did anything to improve the lives of trans people. If anything, it just alienated a ton of potential allies to the cause. Foostar, I'm going to say this with love, with peace and love, because you're not the problem right now, but fuck those people. Not a single one of those people had any real conviction in their body. I have more conviction in my pinky finger, the fingernail part of my pinky finger, than those people have in their entire body. Those people are Nazis. Like, I mean, those people are just as much Nazis as the neighbors who looked quietly away while their Jewish neighbors were dragged out of their homes. Like, if you're the kind of person who's like, well, I don't really care about your rights anymore, you already were a Nazi. And you just wanted an excuse to come out as a Nazi, basically. Hollow doesn't really disagree with its system, who agrees with you on this stuff, but it does think its system needs to spend that energy on other stuff, like the train derailment. That was good info that changes how we're going to live. Right. Again, I'm not going to say like this is the most important thing in the world. It just is. It's a status thing almost. It's like, not status, you know. My frustration is over efficacy of advocacy. I see. Like, this is not an issue where we can really talk about efficacy of advocacy. Like, I mean, like, the conversation about whether or not to play a video game is not one where the stuff matters enough to be really talking about efficacy of advocacy, I guess. Like, this wasn't an area where the point was to be effective, I don't think. Like, I don't even know that there was any attempt to be effective at any one thing, or if it was just like trans people resoundingly being like, wow, I wish that you cared at all. Like, wow, I wish that you listened. Because again, I do think that this issue in particular was more about people feeling like personally let down and feeling uncared for. Gay rights was a long struggle. Sadly, it looks like trans rights will also be that. Changing minds will happen, but it's often a frustrating process. I'm not really sure how much public attitude has actually changed towards gay people. I mean, I guess like what people are willing to say in public, for sure. But like, as they're trying to peel back trans rights, they are also targeting gay rights. You know, like Trump mentioned in his video, his first campaign ad talking about how much trans people suck. He was like, we're also going to teach in schools that the nuclear family is the correct way to do things. and like mommies and daddies and stuff. Like they're going to reinforce heterosexuality, and they're going to like say that being gay is not normal. Like that's what the goal is. And then they're probably also going to make divorce illegal and... Just got here. Why is the East Coast screwed? Gwyn, we already talked about that for like an hour and a half. There was a major ecological disaster in Ohio, and it's going to affect a lot of states along the East Coast. So feel free to check that out. You can rewind if you want to, or just go on Google and type in like Norfolk Railway, because it's bad. It's a bad time. If you live anywhere near Ohio, you should inform yourself. Violet says, sup, I slept in all morning. Nice. You might be interested to know, Violet, that I started a Zandalari Troll Druid, and I got it to level 20, and I think that I figured out that I don't want to play retail. Maybe I'll play retail a little bit, but it's not like, I don't know, it kind of depends. Worgen Druid Supremacy, Alliance sucks. Gwyn? Yeah. Gwyn is an easy name. And you swallow. I do, bitch! Who spits? What's the point of spitting? Unless the spitting is part of your play in some form or fashion. We just launched. We just swerved hard. Spitters are quitters, and Mama didn't raise no quitter. Exactly. I still need to unlock Horde allied races. Been leveling a Shaman Troll. I would love to unlock the Alliance races at this time. That's what I'm ready for. However, I can't do that yet until I pay or get the token from you. As a Night Elf main, agreed, Alliance sucks. I mean, like, again, the Night Elves are the one good thing about the Alliance. I wish that the Night Elves were on Horde, and then everything would be perfect. Ooh, Mama is having a good time this weekend. Wrath content is peak WoW. Yeah, I was explaining this to chat earlier. I don't like classic WoW because I like to level. Like, leveling is what's fun to me about the game, and I hate playing a Hunter, and Hunter is the only way that you can level by yourself in classic. So I'm thinking about maybe getting some Wrath content started. The Night Elves and Blood Elves should be swapped. TBH, the Night Elves have received almost no help from the Alliance through the whole game. You know what would be really cool is if in the next expansion, if the Alliance, like, if the, like, Night Elves got pissed off at the Alliance for never helping them, and then they, like, swapped, and they went over to the Horde. Or if you could just have like a, you know how the Kultiran are like a subtype of humans on the Alliance. Yeah, I am not entirely sure if I'm gonna like actually play WoW with any real consistency, or if I'm gonna just play it for free for a little while and then decide that this is not what I want to spend my time doing. But like, yeah, Blizzard as a company is obviously still really shit. This post was made by Furry Gang. Okay, well, so here's the thing, Dashi. You can be a furry. I'm a scaly, which is why I like playing a Zandalari Troll. Also, WoW is really racist. You play a little bit of World of Warcraft and you realize, like, wow, this game is fucking racist. Like, there's two different kinds of Tauren now, which are like the cow. For one of them is a cow, and the other one is like a moose guy. The moose ones have even more of the weird Native American, like, feathers and stuff all over them. Like, it's really quite strange. And then the trolls are really racist because of the Jamaican thing. And the goblins are really racist because of the money. I love High Mountain Taurens. Like, they're fine. They're just really racist. The Moose are basically Canadian First Nations and the Tauren are American First Nations. Exactly. It's a racist game and it's made by people who do sexual assault, and I have not spent any money on it since 2 years ago. Fantasy races can be good allegories for racism, but conversely, they also do a lot of racism. That's true. Hey, I haven't done a call out for this at all today, but there's like 70 people here. If you have a spare $5 to pitch me, I've been sitting here just chatting and entertaining y'all for like 3.5 hours, so I could take like a $5 dono. That would be cool. If you haven't already hit like, then you should hit like on the video for sure. We're getting so close to 100 likes on the video. What's going to be really fun is there's going to be some day where I'm like, ooh, babes, we're so close to getting 420 likes. And then you all are going to help push it there. It's going to be great. For what it's worth, I wouldn't play if I wasn't able to pay my sub with gold. Right. Yeah, no worries if you're broke. I get it. It's like February is a terrible time of the year. So I get it. I'm being extra responsible this month. I haven't drank any alcohol or like bought any fast food so far this month. I'm trying to be really good. I want to see a fantasy setting where the medieval European culture is not human. The humans are based on some indigenous culture, and it's the elves who are the colonialist oppressors or some shit. I mean, I do feel like the elves do naturally have a position where they would be the oppressors, right? Life is a terrible time of the year. Oh my god, that's true. I was born on February 10th, so I can confirm this month is garbage. Oh, happy belated birthday. I like Final Fantasy XIV's way of things. I will admit that I am kind of invested in the aesthetic of WoW. And it's big nostalgia for me. It's big, big, big nostalgia for me. Okay, I had some kind of positive news that I wanted to discuss today. Yeah, it's definitely not the same lore-wise as, like, Warcraft 3. Oh yeah, I started to get these links together on my stream notes. Ooh, Eddie says I'm celebrating 3 months on T today. Congratulations! 3 months on T. You've probably started to notice like your voice drop. How's your skin? Is your skin pretty oily? Yeah, no worries, Shade. Like, honestly, if y'all live anywhere near this fucking vinyl chloride situation, please be saving your money. I'm supposed to be saving, but I keep being lazy and spending more on frozen food and takeout than I would if I just took the time to cook. It's like, I'll buy like this is like one container of Brussels sprouts, frozen Brussels sprouts. And then I take that and I put it in the air fryer. And then that's my entire meal. It's just Brussels sprouts, because then I get full, you know? The humans in WoW aren't always seen as good. The Gilneans were irresponsible politically, and also Jaina and her father were huge racists. The humans are like the worst. I mean, people are always like, oh, the orcs come in and they fuck shit up. Like, but the humans are also like always messing stuff up. HRT is like the one thing that keeps me joyful through all the shit in the world. Yeah. I'm definitely in the awkward chubby face stage, but I accept the awkwardness of second puberty. True. Honestly, I really hate what happened to Jaina's character. I hate how she looks like a completely different woman. It's super weird. T-Rex, where do you get healthcare? I don't really, most of the time, I don't see trans men going on blockers before they let you do hormones. That's... She was like, I am the one good human. And then one day she was like, I have decided to become worse. Right, because Jaina was like in love with Arthas, and then he became the Lich King, and then she had to like fight him. My endo said the changes look better if I go on blockers first, then go on T. Okay, that's weird. Oh my god. Oh, I appreciate the offer, Violet. I am aggressively a solo player in MMOs. Like, I don't know if I've specifically said that while you've been on stream, but I am aggressively solo. It's sad to see her just go, I am now racist like my dad. I tend to do leveling solo and then get friends together for dungeons. Yeah, I do that as well. For dungeons or like PvP, of course. I used to be pocket healer to my partner. Like, that's the thing I'm missing is that, like, before when I played, I wasn't just playing solo. And even when I was playing solo, I was playing like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and I'll level up my enchanting, and while I'm leveling up my enchanting, I'll go ahead and get these recipes for your twink, and then I will be useful in that way. Like, it's not for no reason that I'm trying to fill out all of these enchanting things. Oh my gosh. I'm my BF's pocket, even when he abandons me for a stupid priest. Just play Disc Priest. Disc Priest is the pocket healer class and spec for sure. Later, Rhea, later. My friend plays a Disc Priest, that's who I ditched Dashy for. Oh no! I just want to be my partner's pocket pussy. True. Oh my god. This post was made by Resto Druid Gang. Fuck priests, fuck T-Rex. They can call suck my clit. Listen, I don't... I think that Resto Druids are inferior to Disc Priests because hots take a minute, okay? Most of your heals as a Resto Druid are hots. I remember a couple expansions ago when ignorant groups would vote kick disc healers because they're like, I see you topping DPS, you're supposed to heal. Not realizing that there's like procs. Like if you do damage, it procs heals. Oh my god. Sometimes I just realize when I'm in the middle of talking about WoW that everything I've just said is extremely niche jargon. And that like, you're like, what the fuck is a proc? There's a set of armor you can get for druids that basically lets you move faster than a ground mount as a speed cat. Oh my god, that's awesome. If you're getting out DPS'd by a disc priest, that's a skill issue. Oh, that's an issue, not an ish me. Oh my god, that's funny. Proc means procure. Like, if you're playing a discipline priest, then when you're attacking, sometimes it will randomly... it'll like a random number generator procure like a small heal on you or a small shield on you that prevents damage for a moment. Anyway. This conversation is indecipherable. Yeah, I just don't like SWTOR. It's just not for me. Okay, hold on. So I just kind of got like a couple of short positive news things, I guess, to highlight real fast. I wanted to highlight really quick that there is a bill that passed in the Minnesota House, which is going to make it to where that basically all students have access to free breakfast and lunch, instead of it being like only certain people who make a certain amount of money can get it. Like, so we do have some meal programs already, but a quarter of hungry kids in Minnesota schools do not qualify for those programs. So with this bill, we will ensure that every child has the tools, breakfast and lunch, to succeed in school. Like currently, families under a certain income threshold qualify for free or reduced price lunch, much of it covered by federal money. This bill expands this to all students regardless of family income, and the state would absorb more costs. This is fucking based, right? Like, this is so cool. We're not means testing. You know, it's crazy that 1/4 of the kids who needed access to this were not getting it because they didn't qualify as having like little enough income. You can be like starving and still be making too much money to afford to be able to get help. So they're just taking that completely away, which is awesome. Obviously, children can still bring a lunch from home if they want. And there are still a la carte options that would not be part of this. So that's awesome. I don't really love this. I don't really love this isn't a Gatorade for all bill. This is a meals for all bill. Like, because poor people do need there to be, need there to be like delicious things and beautiful things. Is this still blockable by some monster? I'm not sure. Does this still need to go through the Senate? Why is this article so long? Yeah, I mean, I guess it could potentially be blocked still. Although the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, included money for a universal school meals program in his recent budget proposal. So the governor is on board with this. So at the very minimum, it's not going to be vetoed by the governor. Oh my God, Mersh. Mersh says, I found some WoW articles on the Internet Archive, and I've been reading them to understand what you all are talking about. I've never played WoW. Yeah, I mean, I can explain everything that I'm saying, but it just takes time. Where I went to school, they expected us to pay like $20 per day for meals, which meant poor people had to bring bag lunches while rich kids got like pizza and expensive shit for foods. So I hope kids get access to good food. I could talk WoW for literally days. It's probably a good thing that my computer is too shit for me to, like, listen, even when I'm just playing WoW normally, it's a little bit too much for my RAM. I need a better computer in order to stream and play at the same time, I think. So just be glad that my computer is not yet good enough for me to stream World of Warcraft to you, because otherwise that would be what would be happening right now. Yeah, $20 per day is an insane amount of money for food at school. Where did you fucking grow up? Oh my God. I read one of the World of Warcraft books, and it was about like Arthas becoming the Lich King, I think. One thing that I remember very strongly from it was that the very first time, from Arthas' perspective, the very first time you're fighting, the first time he's fighting like the Forsaken, or no. Yeah, Forsaken. There's a new little group of people in Shadowlands called the Forsworn, and I fucking hate that. Forsaken, Forsworn. Oh my God. But yeah, like I remember him being like describing the smell of the rotting bodies as the waves of undead came toward them, and like the parts like falling off of them as they're moving around, and like mostly the overwhelmingly disgusting smell. And I was like, wow, I'd never really thought about the idea of fighting undead, but that would be like one of the most memorable things about it. Like, it would stink so bad. What parts do you need? I have a few extra parts laying around. I mean, I have a fully functional computer, right? I would have to like tell you what video card I have in order to tell you what would be a better video card. I just don't have all these things like ready off the top of my head right now. I think what I was planning on doing was I was planning on getting a list of my computer parts together and giving them to my partner who has like a special interest in building computers. It's not his job, but it's like a special interest. So I could be like, hey, what should I upgrade first? Invincible was created for the Arthas book. And the moment in the book when he resurrects his dead horse was so heartbreaking. Did I read that book? Your partner and I have the same special interest. Listen, my partner has like so many special interests. My partner is the reason why I have isopods. Like I keep isopod pets. I am going to get an aquarium and like put together an aquarium for myself because my partner is really into having terrariums and vivariums. I should just say terraria and vivaria because that's the correct way to make plural those words. Yeah, my partner has so many special interests. The two biggest upgrades are SSDs and RAM. GPU comes third. I for sure need more RAM. One of my hard drives is still a hard disk drive, and it needs to be replaced by an SSD. Okay, yeah, there is a distinction between the Scourge and the Forsaken. That's my bad. Yeah, I need to download more RAM. I'm glad that you're enjoying hanging out here, Anthony. Ariel, so one of the other good news things that I had today, you wouldn't download a car. Aha. Well, what you didn't know is that I have a 3D printer. 3D printing is another one of my partner's special interests that he got me into. For a little while, he was really into flying drones, so I also have 2 drones. Anyway, this is another one of the newses that I wanted to talk about. Ooh, later, have fun with your Super Bowl party or your big game party. 3D printing is so lit. It's awesome. So here's another thing that I wanted to look at. High efficiency water filter removes 99.9% of microplastics in 10 seconds. This came out in December 29, but I just saw it today. Yeah, so microplastics are a growing environmental problem, but now researchers in Korea have developed a new water purification system that can filter out these tiny fragments, as well as other pollutants. So given the ubiquity of plastic in the modern world, it's not surprising that the tiny flakes can be found basically everywhere on Earth, even in environments which are thought to be pristine. Microplastics have been detected from pole to pole, from the deepest ocean trenches to the tallest mountain peaks, and are making their way up the food chain all the way to humans. Some people speculate that microplastics might be making like people infertile and stuff. You ever been so into drones you literally got a bachelor's of science in unmanned aircraft systems and now don't use it because the aviation industry fucking sucks? Because I did. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mama Mephistopheles. I don't know what I don't know what I would expect to do with that kind of degree. Yeah, the problem we have isn't the availability of filtering, it's the lack of money to afford giving them to the people in the places that need them the most. Well, the question is, can you really filter out the microplastics? And I think that even in places where you are able to filter water, like even in the United States where you can filter water generally, I am not sure that we have the ability to filter out microplastics. So this various filters are being tested, including magnetic nanopillars, nanocellulose, semiconductor wires, and filtration columns, which contain sand, gravel, and biofilms. So we have, there's this new material, or there's like this material that they're working with, which is known as covalent triazine framework, which is a highly porous material with a large surface area, meaning there's plenty of room inside to store molecules that they capture. Similar materials have recently been demonstrated to be effective at removing organic dyes from industrial wastewater. And yeah, this has been like refined. The resulting filter has been shown to be very effective at quickly removing microplastics from water. Reportedly, over 99.9% of the pollutants were removed within 10 seconds. This material can also be reused multiple times without reducing its performance. This is just like a rendering, like an artist's rendering. This is not an actual photo or anything. So that's pretty cool. Just like a little bit of positive shit. And then I have one more like positive thing, which this might actually be like a segment, since it is related to all these anti-trans bills, but it is positive. Plastic is going to be for the modern world what lead was to Rome if we don't do something. I know. It's tasty, though. It's tasty and delicious, just like lead. Nom, 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 nom. You could film environmental docs with drones or help with firefighting with drones. I was just thinking, like, what would you do with a degree? Like, obviously, if you have a drone, you can do all kinds of shit with it. Yeah, what do you mean plastic is going to be for the modern world what lead was for the modern world? We should put lead in wine again? Listen, it's so weird how the temptation to drink alcohol is really, like, all you need for someone to do is just mention alcohol around you. And then you're like, you know what would be great is if I went and drank alcohol. Most plumbing is still lead at various parts. Oh, shit. Okay, I scroll my Twitter to find this link. Oh, this is bad news, but just it's a quick bad news. Did you know that there is a difference between reported cases of COVID, which is what is in green, and the amount of contaminant of COVID contaminant found in the wastewater? This is the only way to get accurate numbers of what COVID is like now, is by looking at wastewater numbers. Because again, like COVID is in your entire body, you shit it out into the water system. So whenever we see one of these little spikes and we think, oh, that's not that much COVID, this is what's actually happening. I think I have successfully beat the alcohol cravings with enough weed. I wish I could relate. I truly wish. Okay, this was the other one, I think, right? No. That's not right. Okay, yeah, we need one, and then we need two. Okay. The eldritch need to consume hallucinogens. True. Yeah, that's what addiction is. Yeah, I'm sorry, James. James, be my accountability buddy with me. James, you and I today, listen, you and me today, not buying alcohol. It's not going to happen. I do this thing now sometimes where if I'm like, oh God, I really, really want to drink, or if I'm like, I really, really want to go buy fast food, I go and I take $10 out of my checking account and I put it in my savings account so that there's still a physical action and I'm taking the money out of my account. But at the end of the month, I will have my money instead of having alcohol. Instead of having had alcohol and then drink it and then it's gone, you know? So yeah, we can do it together. We are accountability buddies. I am so looking forward to eating later. Wow, it's going to be amazing. So I wanted to do a little positivity spotlight because we have been talking about all these anti-trans bills all over the country, and I wanted to, I guess, try to highlight some positives about that, which is that we often see good testimony. Like we're seeing people go in front of these panels and saying like, this is my life. Like I am trans and I just want access to healthcare. And sometimes it's like my kid is trans and they're flourishing now when they didn't used to be able to. And so we will occasionally look at these. In this case, this first one I want to highlight is a young person who I believe is 12 years old. And I'm going to try not to cry, but I do find it very difficult to deal with the fact that children need to go testify in front of politicians begging for the right to live their lives. So to an extent, there's a little bit of a like, you know, that happy feel good story, but that has an insidious aspect to it. Like, this robotics team made this kid a wheelchair. And like in the background, it's like because the insurance company denied the kid a wheelchair. So, you know, we're just going to try to avoid that. Like, we're just going to try to ignore that for a second here.
Politicians are...
Okay, this is going to be... I'm trying to adjust the volume here. Also, I think that maybe this child is going to be a little bit more emotional than I was hoping for. But I want to, like... I'm, like, proud of their strength. And then we have a second testimony that I want to look at afterwards that is going to be a little bit more, like, powerful and a little bit less sad, perhaps. So let's roll into it. 12 is so small. I know. 12 is such a small, tiny person.
My name's Lola Smith. I'm 12 years old, and I'm non-binary. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that most folk here haven't been 12 in quite...
Hold on. They're non-binary. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay, here we go.
My name's Lola Smith. I'm 12 years old, and I'm non-binary. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that most folk here haven't been 12 in quite some time. I bet you remember a little bit of it, though. Everyone has an embarrassing story from when they were my age, a memory from youth that haunts them into adulthood. Maybe you were pantsed in front of your class or spilled a drink on your crush. I, too, have one of those moments, a defining, embarrassing moment that I will carry with me through life. But you see, the most embarrassing moment of my life is happening right now, as I stand in front of a panel of strangers and publicly beg for my right to exist.
Yeah, I might cry. I might cry.
Nothing is more humiliating and dehumanizing than pleading for one's own existence. How did we get here? Growing up in conservative Florida, I am used to not being understood, or represented, or even liked. But how did we get here? The point where we are trying to eradicate us. History classes warned us, if you let them hate you, eventually they'll try to erase you. We should have listened. I should be in history class right now, but instead I had to ride for hours on a bus to come here and beg you all to let me exist. Take a moment to look around. We are really in a boardroom discussing an entire population's right to exist. We shouldn't be here. We are better than this. America is better than this. Florida could and should be better than this. Politicians are using kids like me to get votes from people who hate us. You can stop this. I'm a proud person. I usually respond with people telling me what I can't do with just watch me. But this isn't just about me. This is about my trans and non-binary peers that couldn't be here, that don't have the support system I am so blessed to have. I'm here today with at least 30 supportive adults that love me. But there are kids feeling scared and alone right now, waiting to hear how this meeting went, waiting to see if their identity are going to be erased. You have the power to stop this. So I will humble myself, and I will set aside all of my pride. And on behalf of those scared kids, I will beg you, please, 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 let us exist. Thank you.
I didn't know I was going to cry. I wasn't expecting to cry on screen today. I love that they got a standing ovation. Yeah, I didn't know before watching that the person was non-binary. Like, I was not expecting to cry on stream today. Kids should not have to shoulder the burden. It's fucked up. Like, it's fucked up. But I'm proud of them. Like, it's like a weird swelling of pride mixed with, like, this fucking sucks and I wish that you didn't have to go through this. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I was not expecting to cry today, but that's just, it's one of those things that fucking gets me, you know, and it's like, I care very passionately about trans children because I know what it was like to be one. I cannot imagine being 12 years old and being like, I'm not going to have access to healthcare anymore. Jesus. Okay, well. Powerful testimony is the subject of the stream right now. So our next one is also going to be powerful, but it's powerful in a different way. Okay? I'm not even going to like oh, holy shit. Decoy Duck, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me do a thingy. Oh my god, my computer is being so slow. Why must you be so slow, my dude? There we go. Spectacular. Okay, now I drink you water. I drink you water, but water. Yes, thank you. Okay. So for this one, I don't even want to vamp up into this one. I want to just let this one stand on its own. I'm not going to tell you what happens. I'm just going to let this one go for us.
I'm sure you've heard many stories that sound like mine already. Over the last few months, my trans siblings and family members have stood before you, put their hearts on full display, and vulnerably pleaded with you to listen to our stories and perspectives. The American Academy of Pediatrics has condemned your actions, and our federal government has spoken out against the actions you seek to take regarding the necessary health care for trans youth. I could stand here and tell you about the times I attempted to end my life because I didn't have access to gender-affirming care, but I know you don't care. I see you sneering at us while we come here and talk to you. Instead, I'm going to take the rest of my time to demonstrate the sacred and weak...
That was a hell of a moment there. Just the dead fucking stare. I know that you don't care about the harm that you're causing. And I have seen the disgusting looks on your faces. Man. All right, let's let him go.
Weekly ritual of my shot in front of you in this body.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm going to take the rest of my time. Instead, I'm going to take the rest of my time to demonstrate the sacred and weekly ritual of my shot in front of you in this body. My medication is life-saving. I will use HRT for the rest of my life. Your denial of my need for this medication doesn't make my existence as a trans person any less real. I will be giving myself my subcutaneous shot in my stomach. If you have a needle phobia, please look away.
They're going to switch the view, I think. Yeah, they cut away, so you're going to see it from this side angle. So if you have a needle phobia, you won't be able to see it. But he stepped away from the podium. He's currently putting alcohol and cleaning the skin, I think. Yeah, just using the alcohol wipe to sanitize the skin. Pulled the cap off. Aspirating the liquid to make sure that there's no air bubbles in it. And then injection. Depression. It takes the liquid a second to come out because it's very thick and viscous liquid. I didn't realize, I guess technically you don't have to speak during your time. Oh. Another standing O. Man, okay. Yeah, you can see the shape of the room bending due to the gravitational pull of his massive balls. Oh my god. So, yeah, that's fucking crazy. That we shouldn't need to do this. I want to try to keep this positive. We shouldn't need to do this, but you see so much strength. You see so much strength from these people. I'm sure that if push comes to shove, if this kind of bill comes to fruition where I live, I'm going to be there. If I can be. The video quality of this event shows how little the politicians care about all of this. It's a live stream. And these events are not held in buildings with great Wi-Fi. So yeah, we shouldn't have to do this. Our children should not have to do this. And yet, this is what's demanded of us. If you lived in medieval times and you were 13 years old, you had to just have the responsibilities of adults because otherwise you would die. And this is another situation where young people should not be forced to deal with these issues. Young people should not have to think about this. You want to talk about let kids be kids? This kind of shit forces kids to grow up much faster than they should. Queer and trans children are being robbed of their childhood because they don't have an opportunity to just be kids freely. So I hope that their effort turns this world upside down. Is like there are more and more trans people. There are more and more people who are accepting of trans people. And I mean, the world is going to get it to be a better place if there's more and more kids like that in it, you know? Yeah, I still don't even think that we've really gone in depth about the stuff, like the books and censorship in Florida. The world is already upside down. They're going to turn it right side up. True. Okay. My nose. In Star Trek, Romulans are able to meet the energy demands needed to cloak their ships by capturing miniature black holes and putting them in the reactors. In real life, trans dudes do the same thing, but instead of putting it in a reactor, they put it in their balls. True. Excuse me. Oh, burpee, burpee, burpee. Oh, man, there's another one. Oh, my God. Why? Why? Oh, man. Okay. So that's all I had on the docket for today. Like, that's all of the official news on the docket. Although this, yeah, the Fahrenheit 451, you just reminded me that, like, I'm, like, really actively tutoring my siblings now, and it's really fun. It's gonna cost money, though, is the thing that sucks. And, like, I was Googling it, like, can you write off expenses as a tutor? And it's like, yeah, if you're doing it as your job, then sure. And I'm like, I'm not. Not doing it as my job. Imagine if cis people talked about HRT, they did about, wait. Oh, imagine if people talked about HRT in the same way that they do about, like, insulin. Charge your siblings $1 and then write it off as a business loss. Yeah, I'll charge my parents. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to charge you $10 a month. I mean, maybe. Maybe I should do that. Like, make it official so that I can write off these expenses. Oh, man. That would technically make it a business. I mean, it could just be part of my... Like, I'm self-employed and I technically do a lot of different shit under the purview. It's kind of scary how bad the literary education is in the USA at the moment. Yeah, I have no idea what books my siblings have read, so we're gonna, like... And I'm sure that some of them are not ones that I would have recommended. They moved around a bit, so it's like hard to get a consistent education if you're moving around a bit when you're younger. Like, literally, okay, so, like, actually, literally, like, I'm taking on enough responsibilities with my siblings that, like, I'm basically a parent now. So it would be cool if I could afford the textbooks and stuff that I'm going to have to refresh myself on my knowledge in order to be able to help tutor them, you know? Oh my gosh. More than anything, teach them phonics. That's the area that is often not taught in certain schools. Wait, what is phonics? I remember, like, hooked on phonics when I was a little younger, but I don't remember what, I don't remember what phonics actually is. Military brats rise up. True. Dude, your fucking face on the teenager cries at a trans person changing in the change room video is so iconic. Wait, what? Which one was that? I at some point, like 6 months ago, I just, like, made a bunch of faces into my camera and then took some screenshots from that video, and then I used those as my and I use that as my I use a bunch of those for my thumbnails, so I can't remember which face it was that you're talking about. But look, I made you some content. Oh yeah, the squint. The squinting. The podcast is called Sold a Story, if you want to listen to it. Okay, I'll check that out. What is this? "65% of fourth graders in the United States are not proficient readers." Holy shit. Yeah, they're older now, so I'm not sure if, like, phonics is going to be... I mean, I guess it probably wouldn't hurt to go back and be like, did you learn these very fundamental concepts? Because I don't know where you went to elementary school. And there's, like, a pretty significant age gap between my siblings and I. Like, I am 29, basically. I'm about to turn 29 next month. And my siblings are, like, 15 and 17. Like, they're... Like, I think that they can read pretty well, you know? But, yeah, like, who knows what remedial work they'll need. I know that they didn't have a great math education, for sure. Breed. True. Breeding. There's all kinds of little fun linguistics things. Phonics is about learning how to read by breaking down words into their basic sounds and pronunciations. Yeah, I don't think that they need, like, that level of basic education. Terminal bottom brain. I know, it's terrible. Dicks. Y'all, it's super weird going from a situation where I lived with my partner for more than a decade, and now I live alone, and, like, boy howdy, getting laid happens a lot less. T-Rex is a bottom shamer. Don't trust him. T-Rex is just like Vosh. Fucking bottom shamers. I would not say that I'm super young still. I mean, like, I appreciate my youth, but I'm about to be 30 next year. Like, I'm getting up there, you know? Although I'm like, yeah, I'm still young and hip. I still know what the kids are doing, what are the kids talking about? I sure know. Bottom shamers / bottom bullies are just tops who know what bottom's like. True. Dashy. Similar thing happens after you have kids in terms of frequency of sex. You know, there's a good possibility that sometime in the next couple years I'm gonna get a hysterectomy. It kind of depends. I'm still having, like, cramps and stuff from my IUD, so if that shit hasn't stopped by, like... So my birthday's at the end of March. If I'm still having fucking cervical cramps from my IUD by the time it's my birthday, like, I'm probably gonna have this stupid thing taken out. Like, listen, it's the timing of me getting my IUD was pretty stupid. The timing of me getting my IUD was pretty stupid. I did not know when I got my IUD put in, or rather, when I scheduled the appointments and, like, got that, like, it was months in the making before I got my IUD. I did not know that I was going to be moving out of living with my partner. So, I might have reignited my PTSD for basically no fucking reason. Like, I have PTSD again. Like, I got rid of the symptoms. Diagnostically, I no longer had PTSD. And now I have it again. Yay! Birthday's in March too. Pog. Yeah, I'm an Aries, you know, which matters a lot. My doctor didn't question it when I asked for a hysterectomy. I mean, the one, I would like to think that, like, okay, even if my partner and I break up, if I was going to be like, hey, will you pretend to be my partner still and, like, tell the doctor that you also don't want kids, then, you know, that would probably make things a little bit easier. But I'm just like, I'm still so squirrely about being like, I don't want to give up my fertility permanently yet. Like, I still just don't feel ready. Like, I'm not sure about it. Even though I'm pretty confident that I don't ever want to be pregnant, still there's part of me that's like, but what if I find the right person? Or like, but what if there's the right circumstances? Or like, I don't know. I could still be a parent without having a pregnancy, but there's something about the pregnancy thing that, like, I think that something in your brain is just like tempted to do it, you know? You could try to deposit material. Yeah, I mean, that part's not that important. Like, the part where I'm like, I biologically want to have my own child, like, that is not as important to me. I appreciate astrology because it helps me weed out people on dating sites that I know won't be compatible, i.e. anyone who puts their zodiac sign in their profile. Pregante. Preganinant. I was super ready and I went through a period of grieving still. I don't plan to ever have kids, but if I ever got to the point that I did, I don't see a need to have one that looks like me. Yeah, it's like you want to be like, oh, I could adopt some kid, but then, like, you don't want to be part of the reason why there's a market for buying children. Like, how is Prangent formed is easily the best YouTube video ever made. Truly, it's one of the best YouTube videos ever made. I haven't gotten laid since 2017, I think. I managed to get myself engaged to someone on another continent in the meantime, so who knows when I will be. Oh, that's rough. Will it hurt baby? Top of his head? Oh, God. I've had that thought too, Gayfesh, though. Like, I'm gonna be so fucked. If my partner and I break up, I'm gonna be so fucked. Because, like, my partner is relatively on the same page as me about... We're both atheists. He's on the same page as me about COVID. Like, he's been consistently supportive of me and my pronouns and, like, my transition and stuff. Like, the first time I got hormones, I drove 3 hours to go to an informed consent clinic, and he came with me. And he was, like, there when I gave myself my first shot. Like, my partner has been supportive in those ways. So, like, what the fuck am I going to do if I ever need to date again? I'm going to be like, okay, well, you have to take a rapid test before you come over. And if you're not wearing a mask when you go to the grocery store, then I'm going to call you a fucking eugenicist. Like, and also, like, you have to be cool with queer people and you have to be, like, on board with that, but you also can't be too much of an SJW because you will not like the fact that I sometimes drop slurs, you know. Like, dating is going to be really hard if I ever have to do it again. I've never read Homestuck, so I cannot host a conversation about Homestuck on this channel. You all will need to do that somewhere else. I don't want to read Homestuck. I don't want to. I have no desire to do this. You know what I'm going to do after stream? After stream, I'm going to eat, and then I'm going to play World of Warcraft and watch Futurama. T-Rex is the type to keep linking it to you. Don't add him on Discord. I don't add anyone on Discord. I don't understand what the friends function is even for on Discord, so... Block him. Oh my god. I have to wait at least one more day before it will let me gift a sub. Okay, I'll just start another fucking alt. The friends function is so you can DM people without sharing servers. Okay, that makes sense. BAF is so banned. You're allowed to talk about it amongst yourselves. I cannot host a conversation about it. Yeah, Baphomet is a mod. Wait, you changed your pronouns. It's. Okay, cool. I was like, wait, it was he, him recently. You changed it? It's. Okay, cool. Whiteleaf needs to add he/it as an option. It's if we're not friends. He, him if we are. That's so weird. Like, you're like, yeah, you get to use this more standard pronoun if you do actually know me. But I know what you mean. You're like, I don't want you to think you get to call me my... I don't actually like they, them anymore. Yeah, you mentioned that you prefer he or it. Look at the boogers longer, show on stream. Well, you know, sometimes you just want to see if there is something there. Like, did you successfully get anything out of there? Booger stream, let's go. I'm just gonna, like, show them to you. Sounds perfect. Oh, I see, Baphomet. I want people to see me like a critter. Call me it's if you don't know me, and then he, him if we do. Like, if you meet a dog, you don't know, you're like, oh, what's its name? And then you learn it's a boy dog, and you're like, oh, he's a cutie. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Anthony, about the atheism stuff. Gonna try to go for the Heartbreaker mount on WoW while I listen. Is that the new Valentine's Day thing? I do like the idea of seeing someone like a little critter, a friend, a creature. I vacillate back and forth. I'm like, I want to use its pronouns, and I vacillate between, like, I want you to think of me as, like, just a little guy, just a little buddy, a little guy, versus, like, also I want you to think of me as a gigantic, stompy lizard. I love him. I love him. True. That is the gender-neutral pronoun. For the animals. I love him. Oh, Baphomet. Renewed your WoW sub. Yeah, I get it. Oh, stompy wizard guy. Boof, 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 boof. Oh, Gremlin Lord. It's so funny when people are like, everyone's either male or female, you should pick one. Then it's like, well, do those people also say that to bisexuals? Are they like, you just need to pick one? But that's true. I mean, that is what people used to say to bisexuals. So give me your Battle.net details. Maybe we can play together. I haven't decided if I want my Battle.net account to be public. I know that's a weird thing. Like, it's probably kind of strange, but like, I haven't decided if I want that info to be public, or like, I might want to change my user ID before I start adding a bunch more friends and stuff. I'm not sure. I posted my fat dragon in the Discord. Scaly gang. Scaly gang, scaly gang, scaly gang. Scaly gang, scaly gang, scaly gang. Oh, you can add people as friends without Battle.net? Okay. I've been playing on Storm Reaver. That's the server that I've been on. People do be saying that to bisexuals. I've heard that. I'm not like on Storm Reaver because I want to be. I just picked a random server when I started 2 years ago or whatever. Or wait. Yeah, no, like 2 years ago when my partner and I briefly tried out WoW Classic together. I just picked Storm Reaver when I decided to play retail as like, I'm just gonna play some tunes on this server. So it doesn't really, I'm not like, Storm Reaver is my server. Like, I might as well just start a tune on Moonguard. You can add characters as friends or battle.net as friends. Come, we gotta compartmentalize. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't eaten yet today, and we've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. So I am going to go eat some food and then play some World of Warcraft. And then tomorrow, maybe I will play more World of Warcraft. Actually, I have a lot of shit to do tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't play WoW. Maybe I should try to get some shit done today and then do WoW tomorrow. What? What? Do mount runs with me and T-Rex? Maybe. Oh, Silent, you popped in literally as I'm about to end stream. Like, literally, I was in the middle of saying goodbye. I need to, like, hang out with you sometime this week, though. That's an important thing to do. Yes. Enjoy, everybody, play the big game on your TV and drink some beer and enjoy that. Have fun. Don't drink beer if you're James and you're like me and you're trying not to drink. Be good, okay? Okay.